doctor's interests, perhaps make the changes and innovations. That's the interest I do.
Absolutely.
But when I came to this forum, I came without thinking that I did not have some new technology. I think that one objective. I try to look at training, multi-purpose worker, and most of all, trying to impress upon the doctor at the primary health center what his role is and how he needs to keep updated and how he needs to do that team. Ultimately, are we going to convert this process wherein we make a major change at the ground level and then move upwards? Because at the moment, the last statement was we want people to collaborate, etc. This is all invention, this is all products coming in and perhaps with money in the business. So I'm looking at it very differently. I'm looking at the fact that there's ample potential at the ground level, like I stated yesterday. 5 years in the ambulance, I could get a sweeper, I could get anyone down the line motivated to do accidents. But the doctor would not change, and he is supposed to be the team leader. How do we bring about a system of educating people? When we talk about tablets or computers available, it can be not simplified and have training on a simple phone. Make our programs so simplistic that we deliver certain lectures and at the end of the lecture we have to question that the person has to answer. And if the person answers correctly, we give the person some credits for it. But we have to bring about a change in the mindset. When I was the Director of Health Services in the Andamans, we had a 500-bed hospital in Port Blair called the GB Pant Hospital. Whenever I received visitors, one of the toilet complex used to be at the far end of the ward, and the ward had 26 beds, 13 on each side, like the AFMC barrack. And at the far end were the toilet complex. Whenever I had a visitor, and the visitor could be anyone from the Ministry of Health or from a VIP or even the governor coming into the office, I would insist that they walk right up to the bathroom. I would insist that they look at the bathroom. With that, the way we inspired the Safai Wala, that he is such an important, pivotal person, and the fact that nobody knew when we are going to receive a visitor or when I am going to visit, the bathrooms were spick and span. If we gave someone his due. Our problem is we do not give. Everyone is a sab and looks down one lower, one lower, one lower, one lower. And anyone who has responsibility wants to bully. That's become a problem. The problem is how to create, the challenge is how to create a team. And how does the team be proud of the work that they are doing? And what learning processes can we introduce via technology to build up this? Thank you.
That was very important to realize that it is not the top that matters without the base being changed, but the top should also change. Otherwise, we have that dissonance. It is not really the way things go forward. I apologize when you turned towards me, I was putting my eye drops.
No, you can see me brighter.
I can see you brighter now. All the better to see. भैया बात सुनो, मदद करो इनको कि जनरल साहब को इसी लिंक पे ले आओ. Yeah, new entrants. You know who they are, sir? Yeah, you guys have to pay a fine and introduce yourselves. Go ahead. Abhimanyu, start.
using Mark 4. I think I'm good enough without that. Am I audible? Okay. Okay. All right. So as far as I'm concerned, I am somebody who's into therapeutic nutrition, and I am here to understand health informatics curriculum development a little bit better. That's me. Thank you.
That was a nice, short, sweet entry. You guys learned something from him? Don't feel shy. Angrezi bolo, Hindi bolo, par bolo zarur. Okay, good. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I'm Manvi Bansal. I'm a career counselor, and I work with students, school students and college students to help them find the right career, help them become aware of, on what opportunities are there. And I'm here to understand more about health informatics so that I can go and share back with them. Thank you.
You shouldn't, Madhuriji, you shouldn't forget to meet Rashmi ji, Sandeep. They are all into the whole idea of new tracks and new developments. And we have more opportunities in life than just being, and yes, the M-Logica team, we have more opportunities in life than just being, I know, I saw you, you're pretty smart, buddy.
Thank you.
And you just remember, my eyes are weak, but they're not outgone. Anyway, while we are still trying to wait for General Kanetka to join us, she's a very inspirational lady, and I have a lot of respect for her. She and her husband are the first Lieutenant General couple in the Indian Armed Forces. And as she's an FMCI, she's like-minded. She has sent her 2 key people who will push informatics in the 34 medical colleges that are affiliated with the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. So we've had Anandi's celebrated institution with, I don't see Suptan, being here for some years. They've been over since 2020. Yes, I think we welcome you, ma'am. ये टिंग टिंग भी बंद करो यार, उसी में participants में नीचे. Madhuri ji, namaskar. Is it Madhuri ji? So we have a technical team sorting that out. So that was one good statement, that we need to build properly the ground floor, but definitely don't forget the top. If the roof isn't there, nothing is keeping you safe. Anybody else would have any burning thoughts that you'd like to share? Thank you, Tony. Thank you for coming down.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to follow up on what Dr. Nagra mentioned. So one of the things that we're doing here with St. John's and collaborating with a few groups, so try and understand at the primary care level what's happening. So we've just completed a qualitative study talking to the A&Ms, the ASHAs, and we're evaluating one product that the government has rolled out as part of the ABDM. This is the program that's looking at non-communicable diseases, right? It's rolled out in all the 1.5 lakh centers in the country. The challenges, the usual challenges, people are not adopting it. You mentioned doctors are not, entering. So there's a lot of pushback from MO's level, but also at the grassroots level. ASHA workers are given mobile phones. A&Ms are given tablets. I mean, this is in our state, at least in Karnataka. The new cadre, which was called mid-level healthcare worker at the health and wellness clinics, are now, that cadre is called a community health officer, which they're also given tablets. And this is one single app that's supposed to refer diabetic patients or patients with cancer right up to the district hospital, but there are challenges. So we try to understand. So what we're trying to do is go into a brownfield operation, try and understand what are the challenges at different levels. And this is where we use a qualitative approach, talking to individuals, trying to understand, and hopefully some of those insights that we are getting is going to be pushed back to the government of Karnataka. What we also realize is the primary healthcare space is crowded. There are 20 odd apps, different, some of them central government apps, some of them local apps, some of them startups coming and rolling out apps. So there is some kind of clutter and some chaos at that level, and people are getting overwhelmed. So we need to understand that better.
Good morning, Madhuri ji. Namaskar. We can't hear you yet. You are muted on your end. Unmute, please.
Yes,
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for letting me into this clutter. I just heard about the place being so crowded in the IT sector. So I guess this is part of the same glitch where I was desperately trying to get in and not finding a way in.
No, ma'am. No door shut for you. Can you make her full screen? Take away the local thing. So
I am traveling in on the road, so it might be a little unclear. But I thank you so much for inviting me to join this meeting. Can I say a few words now, Dr. Moidu?
absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Over to you.
Firstly, my compliments to you, General AK, and all the people who put this workshop together for curriculum. I think whatever it may be, we cannot underestimate or know the importance of this initiative, because I think COVID has really exposed us to the fact that we are ill prepared and have been catapulted and really leapfrogged into a digital age. And we were not trained, but when we were thrown into the water, we learned to swim and started using in rapid sequence a little bit of telemedicine, a little bit of other platforms. Understood the complete potential of it. And the reason for this is, just when initially the computer did come in, we started using it and felt very happy that we were computer literate, but we were using it like a typewriter. In the same way, we are not really tapping the complete potential of the health informatics sector, which is going to be the largest in India itself. The mission that Prime Minister has launched of Atmanirbharta. So we have to find our own solutions, create a workforce that is able to handle it. And along with that, the National Digital Health Mission, which has also been launched, a whole setup, that is the National Health Authority, is actually at ways and means of onto the we have and add these curricula. We may not be able to tamper with the undergraduate curriculum, but introducing it at the postgraduate level, and thereafter making people skilled and ready for the job market would go a long way. So besides, developing curricula of long courses, I think it's important to develop short modules where people wanting to go into a particular sector can access and learn on a need to know basis. So I think that is very, very important. For example, the Telemedicine Society of India is working on training people on telemedicine guidelines and its use. So similarly, whether it is big data analytics, whether it's electronic medical records, whether it's app-based health delivery care, and the back end. Along with that, it's, I think, very, very important to keep people abreast of both privacy and security aspects of digital health. So, because this is something which is an insecurity, I mean, it's a very, very important aspect, not just from the thing of protecting it from malware, but also our whole health system can be hacked into and come to a standstill from a national security point, what we call the digital forensics. I think that is also an important aspect. So the sky is the limit. And I'm sure these kind of courses which will help. Two of my own staff is attending this because the MUHS is really looking forward to getting inputs from experts like you. And we would be very happy to launch small, short modules, certificate courses to prepare people and skill them in a competency-based method for the future market and for future healthcare. At the same time, we would have to also try and use what the National Education Policy 2020 has given us, the leeway of using all courses can be up to 40% online asynchronous. So giving people a time to learn on their own, in their own time, at their own pace is another aspect we need to tap, and then have some kind of evaluation systems and some contact programs. I think a mix and a hybrid form is another way forward. Thank you so much, Dr. Moidu and all the organizers. I wish the meeting a great success, and I look forward to my own team of MUHS attending this workshop, coming back charged with ideas which we can implement in a short time frame. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, ma'am. Thank you for giving us your time. I know you're a busy person, and we are interacting with your two teammates, and I'm sure they will be bouncing in with all ideas, and hopefully we'll deliver it in a way that we can get it going. Thank you for being a member of this collaborative.
Yes, thank you so much.
Dhanyavad. So, folks, it's not, आप लोग देख रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ यहाँ पे एक तो कोई साधारण मनुष्य नहीं है, सब असाधारण बच्चों। ये आम आदमी यानी मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा। But the point I want you all to think about is, did you hear her? She's talking about the future, and she thinks the future is coming. You don't be a leader of a university. He has been a dean of university. He's formed universities. You have him here. They are still working. He's kind of a little like me, tired, not retired. But it's here that we meet. And you see those two gentlemen there? I'm talking to you guys. Can you tell me who are the two people there from MUHS? Dr. Rathore and Dr. More. हाथ उठा दो भैया, बच्चे भी देख लें आपको. So these two gentlemen are here, and they are planning to institute such a program that you are attending in MUHS. Not just one place in the university itself, but across the 34 medical colleges. So when you have people trained, the investment the government will make will be used. And when anything is used, अगर टैक्सी चलानी है तो ड्राइवर चाहिए ना, पर ड्राइवर को रास्ता भी आना चाहिए, वो आपका काम है. Okay, let's get together and let's start today's thought. Can you do me a favor? Can you allow me to swap my machine with this machine? Because today we will be reflecting on what we did yesterday. What we did yesterday was all over the place. Lots of thoughts were thrown in, and lots of thoughts were thrown out. Because the point we are trying to focus on is just curriculum. And to be on curriculum track, the input of all of you is vital. All of you is vital. And please remember, we can disagree, but in presenting your disagreement, it will give the reader of the report a chance to think of other possibilities. We are all in the stage of possibilities. We are not in the stage of probabilities. So in mathematics, so we are talking about possibilities. So in mathematical terms, we have a lot to go forward. But yesterday's key thing was we heard a lot of thoughts and we came to the point what. The new point is who and how. Today we will go to who and how, and everything is available. Is pe light hai? Okay, thank you. So who and how. So we kind of agreed, can we and should we teach health informatics? What did you think we heard? We should teach. This is not a technology like just because you place it, people will use it. And it has a lot of components. We did talk about group sessions yesterday, but group sessions went out of control a little. So I'm one of those who's flexible. I'm always ready to unlearn, to relearn. And we gave up that vision of group sessions. Now today we will give up the vision of conversations of the past, experiences of the past. So we will move to the present and we will listen to what General Kanitkar asked of us today, that we look for the future. Morning, ma'am. Morning, Bharat. You shifted from this side to that side. That means you're more my target all by yourself. Trying to stay safe. You're not hiding behind a big guy. Anyway, the point is, yesterday we had open discussions. Today we know that we have to teach health informatics. Can we and should we were kind of the things I was trying. When people drifted a little away, we came back. Today I hope to talk less and have you talk more, because who should be trained and how? General Kanitkar gave us the clear picture that everybody should be trained. Dr. Nagra said, I don't want you to miss the good work of my sweeper who kept my bathrooms clean as you met the doctor at the head of the hospital. So we need to take that whole chain and think about it. So we have to do that. And how is what we will come to by the end of the day today. And for tomorrow, I will try and give you a framework of how things should be done and written, so you can exchange it freely among the 34, the 6, MGU, Mahi's 6, and MGU, and now that makes it 40. It's a huge number. If you 40 schools get on that plane is going to take off with a lot of promise. So let's work towards the promise. भैया मेरा ये swap कर दो machine. इधर कौन कर सकता है? मेरा लैपटॉप जोड़ दीजिए कि मैं दिखा सकूं. आप ही करो यार. श्रीमान देखें आप, मेरे पास है कि नहीं है, पहले वो कनेक्टर देखो आप, क्योंकि मैं वेबसाइट्स दिखाना चाह रहा हूं. नहीं है तो ये बात नहीं करेगा. तो आपके पास ऐसा करता हूं, जूम पे जोड़ दे, इसको जूम पे जोड़ के फिर आपको दिखाता हूं. That's fine. Okay, so while I'm going to struggle with my machine, we're not going to stop thinking. So there are certain people who came yesterday. We had Vishwanath Govindraj describe very clearly the fact that we have to think of badges. Today, General Kanitkar has reinforced it. And I want to share with you, since I taught at universities like Purdue, we were seeing students coming back just for certain courses because that was the industry demand. And
we have to realize, like everything in this digital age, it has a very short, what is it called, a very short life, very short shelf life. It gets obsolete very fast. So you heard yesterday somebody describe a system developed in BASIC. It was the only way we could do those days. Now there are lots of other smart ways to do it, from Java to, and Java is now about to go obsolete. So Ashok, don't say that. It's going. Good, good. But our focus is health informatics. Yaad rakhna. And who we teach, how we teach, that's great. And I think General Kanetkar gave us a great opportunity to think about delivering courses, certified courses. And maybe this is where the first part of the collaborative begins, that whether you take a course from Mahi, or you take a course from Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, or you take a course from KGUMC, the point is, because you are a collaborative, the credit is given to the student. Big way to begin. And that's, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I'm not that. Wow, you got it right there. Oh, you should know, you're sitting next to Anandi.
So what we have, so we have this concept of open electives and program electives in our university. So we allow, like if it is one institution or across the institutions, we have allowed them to take these open electives and program electives. And digital health technologies was quite sought after, and health informatics, basics of health informatics was one very sought after program that most of the health sciences programs also wanted. Like in my institution, we have 20 programs. So all of them have this option of taking up, they are into different allied health professions. Apart from my, of course, our students would be taking up the health informatics per se, but then they should have the option of, as you mentioned, certificates and badges. This is one way also to go forward.
That's a perfect thing. Any other university would like to give a thought? Yes, Anandi, can you talk about IHMR contributing on this, and then pass it to the gentleman behind you?
Yeah, actually, in IHMR, we conduct this one training workshops for all, either for working professionals, for A&M, ASHA workers. We target different type of people. So those, some of the workshops are being conducted at various levels. So this can be done. It is mostly, it can be 3-day, 5-day, or it is even weekend. Some are like self-paced. Now we are starting self-paced courses. Then, I mean, we give them some time so they could complete the courses. And sir, as we are telling, we come back, then we are, there's a short evaluation is being done. So based on that, then they are provided certificates. There are some interaction sessions, mostly self-based. So those type of things can also be provided. Just the concept is a little bit like badges, but it will have a structured format where they have like a certificate program associated, or we can say that they have been trained, especially in the particular skill sets that can be given. And we have a lot of electives which the students are free to choose. Either it can be hospital, health, public health, IT. So it all differs. So that can be done.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. We MUHS have more than 434 colleges, medical colleges, and we are definitely ready to start these courses at our end. Regarding certificate courses, Mr. Sandeep will tell you in brief how many certificate courses we have already started. But I just wanted to share, General Kanetkar has started a skilling module. Basically means we have to make our interns iterate for some, basically it's an integrative program for all the batches, means Ayurveda, Unani, homeopathy, and allopathy. There will be some common courses, like some modules, which is of 20 hours. In that, we can add this health informatics course for like a screening module, and we can make them iterate so that in future they can join this type of courses and they will be aware is what is health informatics. That's one thing we can add. We already identified 20 screening model at our end. And after going from this workshop, I'm definitely going to add health informatics as a one screening module for all the interns, which are there in all the medical colleges. That is one thing. And regarding certificate courses, I will give the mic to Mr. Sandeep.
Sandeep.
Thank you, sir. So, very good morning to all. From yesterday, we have in thinking the various concepts and ideas from all the stalwarts in the field. This field is quite new to us, and at MUHS we are much eager. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor given us directives that we are going to institute these short-term courses in the span of around 2 to 3 months. So regarding the instituting of fellowship and certificate programs at MUHS, I just want to take 2 minutes of all of you. We have started the programs taking into consideration the skill mapping, and we need to reach out to the state of Maharashtra. Just having a 35 plus medical college will not do that much trained manpower. So what we have done, we have searched to all the eminent hospitals in the state of Maharashtra. Those are name can be from Hiranandani to Reliance to any Fortis. You take any name in the state of Maharashtra that is affiliated to us as a training center affiliated by MUHS. So we have framed some rules, and under that rules we are accrediting that particular hospital as a training center. So around 150 plus programs in medical faculty that we are having at various centers. I have shared the list with your IT person. Can you just show that list just for a second? Just to give an idea, and at the centralized place, we are conducting the admission process to all these programs. Around 2,000 to 3,000 applications of all these health science professionals we are getting. And what we have conceptualized, only considering a teacher to give a mentorship to the student is not possible at this particular end. So we have adopted a professional experience of a particular clinician. If a particular doctor has mastery in that particular skill, we have identified that skill, and that skill has to be reached to the particular fellow, that fellow who want to learn and acquire that particular skill. So we are quite happy that our academic council and all the state bodies, they have given a good consent to this activity, and we are paying a stipend around 50,000 to 70,000 to each student. So university authorities and we all are having a great experience, and we look forward very strongly to this new field. And we are sure with all your able guidance, we will form a curriculum, and we are looking forward to all the initiatives from all your guidance. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Thanks.
Can you give it to Dr. Nagra, please? Bharat, would you like to say something next? Think? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Abhishek. Abhishek, I gave you some papers to copy on Tuesday. Yes, sir.
You raised, the possibility of what you're doing, the expansion is very, very impressionable. But the key word is certification. Is this certification going to be recognized only by your university, or is it going to be recognized by the state of Maharashtra? That please, answer, let me know that. The first evening I was here and staying in the hotel, when I was having dinner, I was served by a girl from the Northeast, very, very petite and very good service. So I asked her, where had she done her training? Because she was par excellence at the table. So she says, sir, I did a diploma online during COVID. And I said, no practical experience? He says, no. Then how come? She says, but then I don't know how these people picked me up. This is the Crown Plaza. She said, they picked me up and I've done all my training over here. Now that is a type of a hybrid model we have to look at. Till the time the courses get certified, like I was mentioning on the first day, when Nepal as a country allows apprenticeship and that it gets certified. And once that is certified, they're eligible for government employment. So we have to work out towards the ultimate objective of our training, because otherwise a lot of us will do a lot of hard work, but will it bring about the results that we are keen on? Thank you.
So I just wanted to share that my foundation, which is really ultra tiny, just 4 of us, the courses we have are actually really needed because I'm reading out from the National Medical Commission's document, competency-based UG curriculum for the Indian medical graduate. The section is 3.4.4. It says demonstrate ability to search, including through electronic means, and critically evaluate the medical literature. So it's already there. Now, what we have to offer is this learn at your pace courses, plus we've embedded a library of external resources on research, etc. And now we have our own certification, which recognized or not is, of course, a question. But what we seek is that any other body collaborate with us so that your logo can also be put in as a recognition, and people do it through us. Now, if we are told, please pass on your courses to us, that's going to be difficult for us to do both. So we want to seek the best collaborative measures by which there's a win-win. Our mission is to reach across the country. So whatever best way this can happen, I'm open to it. So I look forward to discussions on this.
Check. Good morning, sir. Good morning, all of you. Sir, as we are discussing about the elective courses, sir, we had NAC inspection in January 2022. At the time, we have decided that we have to create elective courses and value-added courses. Elective courses developed on the college basis. In our MGMST, we have 7 constituent colleges. So we have designed some elective courses, and on the university level, we have designed value-added courses. So in value-added courses, as a Institute of Health Informatics, we have designed value-added course on basics of informatics and basics of computer. As we are having full-fledged courses, UG and PG courses in health informatics, but our other constituent colleges like physiotherapy college, occupational therapy college, nursing college, they are not running courses similar to health informatics or health information management. We insisted them to create elective courses in their colleges similar to the health information management and health informatics. With this all practice, the medical college create a orientation course of health information management, basic foundation course for MBBS first year. Physiotherapy and occupational therapy course colleges, they have designed information and communication technology in healthcare education. We are taking classes of physiotherapy and occupational therapy students, and the nursing college designed nursing informatics. So because we are here, we are having full-fledged health informatics courses. So we have insisted them to create similar courses as health information management or health informatics. So, sir, it will create a boom, and we can, as a university, we can also insist other colleges to create these elective courses, because this is the purview of college, and we can create all elective courses and there is no need to get permission from the state government or UGC. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. So I've got, as I would say in Hindi, hero ban gaya. As I got my own mic, I can walk around a little without the thing. What we were done is change the little format, allowing more participation, more interaction, but focusing on the fact we are looking for anything that contributes to education. It can be anywhere. But when it gets too long on the story, we will ask you to give us a little time back. So do not feel offended. I'm a reflective observer. I thought we had great brainstorming yesterday. Now what I'm looking for today is norming. Let's get on the plane. And with that in mind, I would like to share a few things. Since we were all over the place, lots of things were happening. I'm going to give us kind of a small talk because I assure you, I'm the oldest man from the C in informatics in this crowd. So let me share with you. I will be using the share, and I will start sharing slides and things that are public domain, nothing in PowerPoint slides, in my opinion. It's very easy to say, I'll take an American program and put it there. It doesn't work. Our resources and our goals there are different. As we discussed yesterday, to that point about, is $600 right? Is $600 too bad? We will go there. I would like some opinions on economics being pushed into this course, because if you can't make money, don't do it. And monetization should not be considered a bad word. We gave the example of the lipstick. You look for a search and you get hundreds of things coming down. Uncle Google becomes your grandfather Google or your Christmas Google, and he wants you to buy all this stuff, but buy. He's not giving it to you. So remember, let's think about it that way. And can you see my slides? Not yet. I will just do that now. I'm sharing screen, but I'm getting the wrong one. I know, I'm just there, but that is there. I'm also on the other machine. It's showing their screen, not my screen. ऐसा करो, आपका शेयर बंद कर दो। आपका शेयर बंद कर दो। Thank you. Top share. Or have I taken over your machine? No, I hope not. Reclaim host. Let me do that. Yeah, I think I've reclaimed host, and I start share, and I show you things. It shows me on my screen, doesn't project here. They are projecting. So guess what? This is technology. Imagine a doctor getting into that problem area. So why is it not happening? Because okay, sir, we'll concede that to you. But I would be very happy if you could make it. It's a Zoom problem. I can't share to. Yeah. And if he logs out, it's gone. So we really can't do very much. I appreciate your patience. What I wanted to share with you is one of the first things I'll do is share with you a site called HealthWise. And I said HealthWise was one of those sites that allows you and enables you to do patient education. These things are available, but as the portal director of the Indian Health Portal, I would ask Dr. Suptan, ye aa gaya. Dhanyavad, Shriman. Thanks for being the help. So please, Suptan, would you like to say any words on the degree of of localization in the content of the Indian Health Portal?
Actually, for the portal, I mean, that was meant for health information dissemination. So one of the things initially, it was supposed to be in English, Hindi. Then we thought in the detailed project report, actually, we had written it would be in 12 Indian languages. But initially, we started with 5. I mean, from English, we took Hindi, and then we thought of taking 4 regional languages.
Applicability to local environment.
Sorry?
Applicability to the local situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the language we did. So initially we started with 4 languages from 4 zones. So from east we had Bangla, from west we had Gujarati, from north we had Punjabi, and from south we had Tamil. So there's 4 languages, English and this. So it was English plus 5. And for this, when we did the voice portal, because internet is still not there everywhere. So that was a toll-free number. And that was available in all these 5 languages. It was supposed to go beyond that 12 and 23, but it has not. So that's a management issue, policy issue, whatever you say. And the other thing which is happening, Government of India, in fact, MIT also, they have done for most of the programs, like even if you look at the COVID-19 vaccination, the COVID app, Narogya Setu, for all of these, they're trying to give the language support in at least 12 languages, because CDAC actually has got a language support for 12 languages, 12 Indian languages. But in our Constitution 8 schedule, we have got 22 languages. So ideally, it should be for that. Language, again, dialects change. So especially in the voice, we found that problem. So what we were listening and what we were saying, always it didn't match, because the dialects, I mean, I think every 100 kilometers, the dialects go on varying. So adaptation in local language is definitely a big challenge. And right now, like I'm taking the courses for this was Bengal Medical College, and there also the general comprehension of English language is below average. So even for simple things, I have to tell them what does it really mean before even we go into the jargon. And when we get into the jargon, obviously it's tough for everyone. So adaptation obviously is needed, and that's why we need to go, which I always say, modular. I mean, you have to tailor the courses according to the audience, irrespective of the content. Even if the content remains the same, when you're delivering it to different group of people, it has to be packaged in a different manner.
So we got some good insights. Even the fact that we know there are 23 languages to support. And as he said, you go 100 kilometers and the language changes. I know only one thing. If you go to Haryana, don't ask somebody, kya baje hai? Bolega, lat baje hai. So let's keep that in our thoughts. What you can see in this website is a role that you can start teaching people for is case managers. These are the people who can do searches and bring them in. And we could perhaps plan for a case manager who can be just matriculate, but digitally qualified through data literacy and similar courses. Any thoughts on your part, Tony? You can grab his.
This is a good suggestion, but again, I was looking at primary care as well and trying to understand how do we, one is, like I mentioned yesterday, we need to train users who these are the grassroots people who are now been enabled with technology and with applications to use, but we need someone to supervise them and continuously train them. So we need to think of some kind of a training architecture, working as a network to ensure that these end users are trained. Case managers would probably come in at a level, I need to think of at what level do we put in case managers, whether it's in primary, secondary, or in tertiary care. So if it's tertiary care, yes, these would work very well. In primary care, there's already an anchor called a community health officer who's right now anchoring, like when in our experience, the A&Ms and ASHAs are having trouble entering or data. So the CHOs have taken on that and they're actually anchoring that. Could they become the so-called case managers at the grassroots level? That's my thought.
That's a great insight. Keep it with you. We'll pick on your brains or somebody around you. But the idea is essentially getting to the fact that you are getting now the Indianized version of a case manager. He gave you a great insight. Rajiv, you can come down and take it for Jawan aadmi hai tu.
I need permission, not the mic.
You-
I'd like to share my experience here with Assam Cancer Care Foundation, where we found that the patient finds it very difficult to navigate the complex healthcare system. So we had patient navigators. We trained them. These patient navigators had an element of compassion and training in the healthcare system. So they would say, the patient is reluctant to go from his village to, say, Dibrugarh or go to Guwahati. He says, I don't know anyone over there. How will I go? Whom will I meet? When I reach the hospital, where do I go? And these patient navigators would say, don't worry, I will arrange the ambulance through the NHM resources. We'll take you there. And when you reach there, my counterpart will be there. I would have briefed him or her, and she will take you to the OPD, and she will take you, get you registered, and she will take you to the correct doctor. And but what do I do after that? He says, if you need any investigations, we will accompany you to the lab. You need any medicines, we'll accompany you, and we'll make sure that you come back home. And thereafter, if the doctor says you need some surgery or some other treatment, of course, we would introduce this thing at a later stage. We will help you navigate it. We will help you understand what it is, and we will be with you throughout. We found this helped in converting a lot of reluctant people into patients who came forward for treatment. Many people stay out of the healthcare system because they are afraid of the unknowns and they don't know how to navigate that. So this is a kind of care manager or case manager, but in a different extended term, he reaches out into the community and helps everyone navigate the path. Thank you.
Please pass the thing to somebody else. But yeah, General Singh, what happens in Lilki? What did your students experience?
It was a fantastic experience. Okay, can you hear me? No.
Yeah, they can.
Okay. Now, what happens in a place, I won't say Lilki because Lilki is a fantastic place. But what I'll say is that the so-called care managers also get into a understanding with a hospital on that percentage basis. We are in India. We are anywhere in the world. It happens that there's a percentage for everything. So when they get into that kind of a percentage thing, there are times when you find the guy has been sucked. He's been taken into this thing, and lots of bills come in. So how do you take care of that? That is my question. Well, because I don't know what Patni said, his experience was good and he had a person that side also. But trying to liaise with people with the hospitals and all is a little dicey.
Sir, I'll, since you brought me into the conversation, this was entirely in the government healthcare system. This was, yeah. ACCF is a collaboration between Tata Trusts and the government of Assam. So this was entirely in the government healthcare system. Point number 2 is, why should there be no incentive for enterprise? People are monetizing standing in queues and they get paid for that. You're standing in queue for someone else, you get paid for that. That's enterprise. So that's the private side of it. That's different. I will not enter it. But my experience was only in the government setups.
Okay. Now, finally, in the sense that if you have,
Carry on, I'm just.
you said chup raho.
नहीं चुप रहो कि नहीं अब खत्म करो.
मैं गुरु ने बोला बंद कर दो, तो I have to keep quiet. But anyway, the thing is like this: if we start an enterprise, say in a village or in an area, the villager has to have a faith in that guy, and that faith has to be built up. Now, if we understand that guy is taking some money by taking him to a hospital, what do we do? Think about it. So you said monetize, fair enough. You should monetize. You should give your services. But this could be my health informatics students who can think on this line, create a kind of a thing and then have it. My viewpoint. Thank you.
So it's been interesting. We took the concept of a worker and we Indianized it. And that's the key fact we have to think about at every stage as we build the curriculum. Even though we will adopt something from somewhere, it should fit our market and our social needs. The most important word is social needs, and it is not social media. Please just understand. That trust is always social and local. Trust is always local. I mean, you will not trust. I mean, it's unfortunate when our colonial spirits make us trust the Bhavana. So it's where I would like us to all change our vision. Yes, ma'am. You want to say? Can somebody pass the mic to her?
Not about care management you're talking about, but in one project in which I wanted to talk to people and collect their information, but it was against, not against, it was their perception against the program which was being affected by the government. Right? So when I tried to talk to the people, it was very difficult making them understand because they were afraid. Even if they say something different, people are watching, listening, Pradhan is there, everybody is there. So they were not interested to say anything. But like this care concept, what we did, I then followed another, I talked to the Asha and ENM, but instead of that, I found out by talking to them who were the influencers who were very good in bringing people. I asked them to bring people for certain meetings. So I saw they were 1 or 2 persons, right? In that every village where I went. So I spoke to them. I made them participatory as a part of the program. I made them understand, yes, definitely they were, the first question they asked me, what do I get? Right? And so what I'm trying to say, we tried to give them incentive in non-financial. Like I gave them a mobile, I said it is for you, use forever. And they were able to bring people, convert it and get it done. So involving community is very important.
Thank you, ma'am. General Ashok Singh, can you talk about the school teachers we used back in 88 in Bhoruka for rounding the children for immunization? It's coming.
Thank you. In the PhD thesis that I did, we were in a village around 20-25 kilometers from the nearest community center. And the best part was when we went there, there were no health workers coming or anyone coming to give the immunization schedule. So we got hold of the teachers and told them, okay, this is the thing. And like there was a discussion yesterday on how do you sort of, Brito had said something about advertising and making people aware. I think IEC, that is information, education and communication on immunization, has done wonders for our country. We are well immunized. The children are well immunized. That really helped us. And the masters, the teachers were given sort of a recognition, ki, okay, you've done well for us and thank you very much. We acknowledged them. And because I was working with a charitable trust, so it was all free for everything. So that was an interesting thing. The second thing that we understood there was that first dose was given But when we went for second dose, the health worker didn't have a list. So this time what we did to the community worker was give him a list in Hindi. He could read and he could take out and give it. So the dropout rate, which was about 70% after the first injection, it became about 40%. And the final outcome that Moidu and me shared was a fully immunized child. Now the cost of immunization for a child at that time was about $15 per child for a fully immunized child. That means 3 doses and a booster. But when we went to the final figure, out of 100, only 40 got immunized. So financially, each person was getting about, say, $50 he was being immunized. So that was a health indicator for the social worker. That was a health indicator for the health worker. And that was a health indicator for your IEC that was not working. So that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we heard a lot. We did a lot. Healthwise is a web page I would like you all to visit. That's why I decided against giving my opinions. I want you to share and realize that all of you have those experiences. It's not alien. So the next thing I'm going to ask you to look at is how many of you have heard of this thing called vaccinophobia? Just to change. Now, to overcome vaccinophobia, how would you progress? And this book is written by a college mate of ours. She's a dean at the Chicago Medical School. And she wrote this in 2012. So remember, we are not seeing with COVID a new issue. This has been there. So just remember, when we blame the government, blame this, that blame doesn't go anywhere but back to us. 1 finger at them, 3 fingers at us. So please plan and address this challenge of social issues by engaging the local people. And I just wanted to share this book because the author gave it to me and I have the whole copy. So I said, instead of me talking, let me ask you all to see this. Now, the issue of health information technology workforce is not entirely new. It has been there, it has been written about, and the gentleman who wrote this is a friend. And this is pre-Obamacare. And when I say pre-Obamacare, Bill Hirsch is the dean of the School of Health Informatics, very much like General Ashok Singh, but he's in Portland, Oregon. And he's one of the few people who has focused his entire informatics career on education. And we often chat for very simple reason. He says, I have this thought. How does it work in the real world? And I like this article because they say for every 5 beds, you need half a person. Why can't you say 10 beds, you need a person? Working with informatics skills. So I always asked him, why do you have to say 5 and then half a person? Why not give it? This is a great article, and I would recommend you all look at it. Some of you can look at your institutions around you, get inside, work with Bharat, work with Sandeep, work with Rajiv. Now this is where the collaborative gets together and builds the knowledge India-based. Why should we adopt an American model? Because the time to confirm and explain in a local language will be far greater than the two who belong and speak to each other in English, even if they do. And by the way, they are not always perfect. Heading a quality improvement committee, I was once faced with a very sad situation. A lady was taking pills, and she got a clot. The clot was removed and the lady was placed on warfarin, rat poison. And when she was placed on warfarin, the doctor told her, with this, my dear, don't get pregnant. So when he said, with this, my dear, don't get pregnant, she thought, with this, I will not get pregnant. So you see, communication errors are huge. And we got to think when we plan our strategic issues of workforce, we must think a little more with the Indian hat on, not the Shahri Babu, but bring in some rural experiences, whatever form they were. Balance them. Don't have to be all Bharat and no India. Let's have India and Bharat coexist. I mean, there are places in Maharashtra, I mean, I spent a lot of time there, except for going to Dhulna to play basketball. I've never been to any other city but Pune and Mumbai. So it is something we need to consider when we are discussing the things. So we are coming to who and how. This is the who part. Any questions? Dada Suptan is sitting in front, but I can see him on my screen. The message came up, popped up, everybody's reading it. So now when it comes to curriculum per se, I don't need to tell you, but the US government in 2008 with the Obamacare spent a lot of money in planning curriculum resources for educators. You could take these, adapt, but tomorrow I will give you a framework of what I have picked from this and used over the last decade in the multiple educational institutions that I have been faculty. So as head of department, you set this space, and that space is what I will share with you. But I want you all to be aware of this thing. So who we've come to. Now, what do we need to come to? How and what are we going to train them in? And for that, I want to take you to a website the European Commission has set up, and they talk from a data platform perspective. They're looking at their data. I wouldn't ask you to spend time there, but understand the focus of those who have been literate with computers is not on technology, but on, come on, Dr. Dingler, what are we focusing on? Data, my favorite word. I mean, this is where we have to think more in our thoughts. What are we capturing and who are we capturing? This European Union and US healthcare work is fairly a landmark. They have done a lot of work. It's not very publicized. It's not all over the place, but it is the most thought through and considered thing, because in America, all of us professors go and expound our opinion. But in Europe, they try the Delphi method and they moderate the thoughts and come to a consensus. This group I put together is to help us get to that Delphi model and collaborative process. And there are many of you, all of you know that I know many more of you informatics people in this country, but I've not invited them because they've shown a very strong degree of not being ready to unlearn to relearn. And by the way, I'm one of the few people comes from United States, but I actually got educated in Europe. So the Swedes taught me, and Dr. Ashok Singh too, the issue of keeping options open and moderating your thoughts to see what you can use. I'll stop for a second here before I get into the thing, because when you try this, you've got to realize they are doing three things very important, which we should consider. How will we measure? How will we inform? What are we going to educate? What's the difference between inform and educate? And the more important thing is, don't keep looking back. You got to remember, new technology is coming around you. Got to keep advancing. I would actually begin by asking every university to set up your own advisory board. And that advisory board should be called in once a year to review the curriculum and say, hey, we don't hire these kind of people anymore. So governance will come in there. It has not got anything to do with education directly, but definitely has an impact on the product you produce. Any questions? Are you ready to see things inside? And by the way, this delay was not something that our PowerPoint, it is just the network is loaded with so many pages. It is there. And these are the resources they have placed on this website. And with these resources, you will become as informed as me. There's still the only place I beat you on is experience. Having been burnt on many occasions, I regularly used to read this, get ideas, try to implement. In every class, in every term, my slide deck was new. And while others may not find it right, they say there's no consistency in what you say. I say now, I'm preparing for tomorrow, which I still don't know. How many of you keep a clean table? I'm sure Dr. Nagra's table is absolutely clean. Am I right, sir? So, you know, I'm cluttered here. What would you say? That's a very kind statement from you, sir. Anybody who wants to add something to this conversation? Because I want you all to dwell and think about this. Because many a times somebody would come and tell me, even in my university in Sweden, they used to say, hey, you got a cluttered desk. I said, but in that clutter, I know what is where. There you go, sir. But I want to add to the spin I have on it. If you got an empty desk, then you got an empty mind. What do you want, a cluttered mind or an empty mind? The choice is too bad. So remember, whenever we use these old gimmicky words, there's always the other side to it. And just be careful who you... I didn't say that. I didn't. I just told them, not him. Potential. That's it. No doubt. तुम यार बात सुनो, ये कुर्सी को नीचे रख के बैठ जाओ हमारे पास. So yes, भारत. भाई अब वो भारत साहब को दो क्या?
Hello.
Mike. हाँ Mike.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm going to steal from my wife's property of the work she does in learning and development. She works with Societe Generale Bank as the head of learning and development globally. There are two very interesting concepts she has used in her work for digital transformation at banking. One is the creation of learning personas. So all the employees, just like it came from what you were just speaking about, you know, somebody having an empty desk and a cluttered desk. Everybody has a different style of learning. So if we can classify the personas, we will know how to, you know, change methods according to the person. So she's used that very effectively in all her training and learning programs. She also won the Brandel Hall Award globally for this work. There's another concept which is very powerful that she's used in her work is the concept of learning wallet. So instead of training, And instead of saying you are going to be trained on this topic and you have to take up the training, they just allocate a fund to each employee and say, you choose where you want to spend that money. We just give you the scope of courses you can do. I think these are very interesting approaches.
Now that scope of giving the opportunity to go and spend somewhere is really very powerful. And what I want you to know is when we're doing the how, it's part of the how. Okay. And when he uses the example of how we are all different in our learning models, there are 9 behavior models that were defined in 1956, and they haven't changed since then on learning models. I know my learning model is reflective observation. I'm very glib talker. I can talk my way out of anything. But sometimes when I reflect, I say, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Yesterday, I brought Mr. Putin into the conversation. I shouldn't have done that. But the fact is, I did it. It happened. Again, today, there. You see, he's different. He's coming from the state of the Marxists. We will ignore that for today. But the fact is, we have to be congenial and collaborative. So I would look forward to MUHS, MAHI, MGU, MST. I don't know why, but I suddenly realized all of them are M, with the exception of St. John's and Anandi, IIHMR. So, and Vasumati ji has got something that everybody can use. She has a defined area of skills. And then people who are developing the platforms for training and involved in training, like Dr. Vazi, they have a lot to share. So let's keep.
One interesting result from that work she was doing, again, I'm stealing, okay, unofficially. People, when given learning wallets, would not consume the entire wallet, and they made a saving on the learning budget. It's a considerable saving. In fact, the question was, what is it? They don't want to learn, or we're not able to find them the right courses to do? Why are they not spending money that is given to them for free? And they were not using it.
The point is that, well, I have used that skill with our informatics team when I had 600 people reporting to me back in Florida. We did that, and the reason why we were able to save more money was very simple. You have a procedure, okay? The procedure is they can't go on a lark to some place. They had to request, and their senior supervisor had to approve. So by putting a process in if the skill they want to earn, if it's the conference they want to attend, doesn't align with the job, the question was thing. And most immediate middle level supervisors have another supervisor who has got to make sure his budget stays within the domain. So there are lots of controls that come in. It's not entirely on the poor person. So having practiced it, I know it. So we are here, these tools are available. I will try to get into something of this. And when I get there, I hope you all will see the power of this. So you see, we weren't able to yesterday discuss and define the roles. We teetered all over the place, and that's okay. But the point was, now you're open to thinking about the possible roles. And if you know, I know about this site, and I know this for all my life practically since they started in 2007. But I didn't share it with y'all. Why? Anybody wants to take a shot? Except General Nagras. Anybody wants to take a shot? Why I didn't share it? Yes. Because we want to Indianize the effort. We do not wish to bring in another colonial experience. There's a lot of challenge in it.
ये बात सही है कि साहिब की जबान में बड़ी प्रभावित हो जाते हैं, but at the end of the day, to deliver care, it's key that that computer, that tablet, that phone that we are giving to the village worker interfacing with the community doesn't create a barrier. It's very important, and that's some of the things I want you all to think and dwell upon. And at any time you all want to see something, tell me, and we can do that. So even though they defined the roles, you see, they went through the 5 areas. And Professor Sukten, your area of research and the area of bioinformatics, Madam Dimpy, it's pretty clear there. And then even there you have the executive roles, the operational roles, the professional roles, and the supervisory management. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
How about the differentiated baseline and basic?
Baseline is just avoiding ignorance. Basic is you must know. It is like recognizing a phone from a tablet. And this does not mean it's in the order of the levels, it's spelling, please, because the Europeans love to go by alphabetical order. This site is now maintained by the European company. So with that said, I would like you all to realize, for me, actually today's is different. Can you resend? We have a little technology challenge, but my idea was not to engage people outside, but have you all participate. It's difficult to maintain an offline audience. So I concede when I realized technology cannot support us. Anybody, any questions? Do you all understand what I've been pushing at you all so far?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
would you like to share the US experience in adoption of EMRs, EHRs, how it was incentivized, and what is the level now? Because US, I would think, is one of the most advanced in adoption of EMRs. But how did we reach there? The journey.
Very fascinating. You know, of all the currencies in the world, there's only one currency that says "In God We Trust." Which one is that? The mighty US dollar. The reason we were able to get adoption was an incentive of $35 billion allocated in the early Obama era. And that $35 billion gave every doctor for adopting computers and reaching those target goals of use and utilization. And for that, they got up to $72,000 as they reached those marks. And they found once they did that, that the payments expedited. Your 30-day, what was your 90-day receivables became 30-day receivables. And let's realize it. There's nothing better than G factor. Who knows what's the G factor? Jyoti Ji. You got a name G also. Yeah? Greed factor. G factor is greed factor. Nothing works better than greed. So, and I come from the G batch of FMC. So, and by the way, Arvind is my batchmate and he's our billionaire. Yes, ma'am.
So just an experience of the US context, since we have been a part of activation supports, the resistance was very strong over there also. So when we used to go to, help end users or the doctors to use, those who were in the elderly age group were always complaining and they hated us as well as the systems. So what we needed was, the what they call TLC, tender loving care, and coax them to use the systems. So just like the resistance is there in India today, it was there in the US as well. It was forced down their throats, so they had to take it. And we always read about physician burnout and all that. Part of it is due to the system. So we should not repeat the same mistakes that have happened in the US and make our systems more user friendly so that people don't complain and there is more adoption. So the experience of while doing implementations and activation supports was frankly not great because of the resistance that we encountered.
I'll add one more point to that. I did speak about this yesterday. I told you we made the doctor the most expensive data entry clerk. How did we overcome that afterwards, after this incentive is over, was by showing them that their accounts receivable shrank from 120 days to 30 days. So they got to see the money was coming in more, their rejections were less, the disputes were less. Do we have similar models here? No. So yes, there is insurance in the ABDM. That's why I talk ABDM. I don't talk about the rest of the issues. And do you know that you have more insured people in India than we have in all of America? So just remember that there is an economic incentive, but to coalesce that incentive to work together is another thing. Today we are talking a curriculum. I will drop that topic for today, but I like the way we have thought about it. But remember, it's for the shelf.
I was just going to add to it since my thesis was on that topic. But if you're putting on the shelf, I'll just leave it on the shelf.
No, go ahead, share it. It's good to educate everybody.
So from the finance point of view, it really made sense. And management were interested in pushing down the use of technology. So my study was on what strategies did leaders use in order to encourage doctors to use the system, because for them, finance is not an issue. So in order to do that, management had to work with vendors to make the application simple to use, first of all. Second was the training that was included for the doctors, the support structure that was built for the doctors. So some of the investment was done by the management in order to take care of the doctors so that they would use the system. So there was a push by the doctors not to use the system because they were used to the old system of doing things, but management were involved in making that push. So although the Obama incentive did push the finance from the finance point of view, hospitals wanted to use the system, otherwise they would get penalized. And that still is true if they still do not show that the system is useful to the user or they're able to provide better service, the hospitals pay penalty on their on that as well. So the push is still there. And now due to COVID, all the excuses were gone by the doctor. So they were pushed to use the system. And so hospitals also did a lot of stuff like providing software for voice to text translation automatically rather than doctors typing this.
I like to just correct y'all as you discover this problem. The many experiences that Dr. Wazi shared are good, but remember one thing, each of the 5 fingers ain't equal. You must be ready with a lot of strategies and to build it with irrefutable adoption. There is adoption for a period, and then after that they say, I've got more money, let me shut it down. That could happen. You have to make it consecutive. So that Obama incentive was short-lived. It started the process. It is the accounts receivable coming into their thing played a large role, especially the leadership of multi-physician groups. They love to see the money coming and generating more money for them. So think about it, and think about it from a local sense. When it comes to using new technologies, they will keep coming. I had, as early as 2008, a lot of surgeons using voice to text Dragon. And when they use Dragon, because the surgeons do a narrative of the surgery they did, which is not what a primary care physician does. If I might repeat to many of you, there's an article by our countryman of origin, Atul Gawande, Why Physicians Hate Computers. Must read it. He compares himself to a lady doctor who's also in the same environment. She hates it, he loves it. And if you really want to see you got the story right, share your thoughts with me. You know how to reach me, and I will see if you got it right, or do we need to still shake a little and give you the other side of the story. It's a great process, and we can keep going. So I'm not going to play with this, but I will just, for an interesting insight, you can do is a selection and just see what all should a doctor at different levels know. And there you see the results. They got nobody looking for baseline professional training if you are clinical. Now let's go to advanced. You certainly see a lot of them explode. It tells you what is the role, what is the domain, what is the role type, what is the level of it. It's advanced, and it's in the nursing category. Eureka. I don't have to teach you. But the fact remains, that's why we had the brainstorming yesterday, as we are norming today, is we got to Indianize it. See, in United States, a nurse could earn up to $200,000. And in some occasions, that's more than a pediatrician's salary. So that social imbalance we have in India doesn't exist there. And you have to be considerate of the social imbalance, and with that comes the academic effort levels. So there are a lot of factors you need to do. You can't go down the silo thinking you know everything. Any questions? Harshal More? No? Anandi, today you are silent. What happened? You went for too much of shopping.
You never allow me to talk.
Right? I know. Yeah, I wanted that answer to be given. Thank you, Jyoti.
No, you are just calling my name like anything.
I'm not doing anything, ma'am. I stood at the dinner very silent. I didn't utter a word. I stood in a corner and I stayed silent, but I heard you and everybody else doing it. So you see, Shoaib, where are you? Shoaib is missing. Anish, Shoaib, देखो ये क्या लिखा है? पहला लाइन पढ़ो बेटा.
Pharmacist is a licensed medical professional responsible for compounding and dispensing medications to patients. Pharmacists are experts in the use and safety of medications. They work alongside physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals. They advise doctors in determining the best possible treatment for a specific disease and ensure that the patient understands the medications and any side effects and or drug interactions. Hospital pharmacists may go on rounds with the attending physicians to specific wards. This allows them to have direct interactions with patients. During the encounter, they are able to educate patients on medications use, side effects, and restrictions on diet and over-the-counter medications.
So now you see, if you and Dr. Puri took a project at NGU MST and implemented medication reconciliation, I see a huge change in the opportunity to improve the quality of care. Yes, ma'am.
In the Indian context, if you're talking about the Indian context, we creating the user profiles in such a way that they are more related. So like in India, the pharmacists usually never advise the doctors. Doctors would not take advice from the pharmacists. So based on the actual role play that they do, we could, find the correlation to informatics and where they could contribute to informatics.
Ma'am, I totally concede the caste and class system we have in Indian healthcare. That's why I keep emphasizing every second sentence of mine is Indianizing. What would you do? Don't advise the doctor, suggest. Do you realize the difference between advise and suggest?
Yes, but in India,
Don't say but you're sitting on. But you're sitting on. Don't say but
I'll
ever.
share a very small experience on
Ji,
this.
boliye, ma'am.
When I was a librarian in Hinduja Hospital, I used to encourage what was then diploma nursing. They didn't have BSc, MSc as they have now. Diploma nursing students to use the library resources. And this was only print then. One day, one student nurse apparently asked a resident, why has the consultant written both these medicines? Both have the same composition. I checked it up on the drug index. So the resident said, you're right. So she said, will you please tell sir? He said, no, you will tell, you found it. Then she was obviously scared and either she asked me directly or asked me through him, or he came and asked me. I don't remember that, but I said, you go and ask the consultant, will you please explain to me why? I want to understand because I understood. And then apparently the consultant said, you're right, thank you, and cut off one of them.
There. So, no, ma'am, you ma'am,
The student nurse.
Thanda pani.
The way she asked.
Best thing is thanda pani. Think it over.
She
and
just went and said, will you explain
with
this? I want
less
to learn.
conflict. Don't initiate a conflict. It's a soft skill. It's a soft skill. Please build it in your students.
Because that resident came and told me, one of your objectives is done.
Dr. Nagar would like to correct me.
No, I'm not correcting.
I'm
you.
not joking,
I'm
sir.
just adding a thought. You see, when we have this system of looking down upon health personnel in our teams, based purely because of our colonial ways, it's perhaps based on our colonial past, but more so is that the quality of education. Now, for instance, if the pharmacist received a quality of education that the doctor envies, a doctor needs the support, suddenly the pharmacist will find the appropriate place on the team.
Absolutely.
But if you have so many pharmacy colleges coming up with third-degree products, then obviously the doctor is going to treat them with contempt. And then they're only left for manning the counter.
So you get it. It was a good discussion. This is how we will Indianize the curriculum and ensure we are Atmanirbhar. It's not a slogan. It's something we need to dwell upon and think. And please never begin a sentence with but.
So I wanted to add one.
There's nothing, just, sir, we are talking about education.
No, please use the mic.
We are talking about what type of, how we are supposed to teach. I mean, how we are going to impart the training, what we have to impart training. Are there any frameworks which are talking about once the training has been provided, right? How these people are evaluated in this one?
Yes, ma'am. Spend some time, you'll get it.
So on this,
And everything can't be done in one way. and that competency quadrant is here. Do you see that?
I wanted to.
I don't want to, I can't teach you this in a whole year. Let's be honest. You are adult learners. All I got to do is to point to you to the right direction. After that, if you still can't find your way, pay me. I'll teach you. And by the way, I'm retired, so you can't really pay me.
I just wanted to add one.
Retired, yeah. Yes, sir.
One condition which is true of Indian pharmacy. We was talking about hospital.
Thoda slowly.
Yeah.
Because they can't hear you. I can hear what's going through.
Sure. There is another use case in India for pharmacists, which is not about the hospitals. The pharmacists in tier 2, tier 3 cities and remote locations, or even in big cities, often the pharmacy shops, they actually do a consultation and prescribe the medicine also here. So what happens legally in a hospital is different, and what happens in these pharmacy retail outlets is completely different. Should we recognize that and allow them to play a role somehow using telemedicine? There have been a number of startups trying to do
I
that.
would not infringe anything that's the law. So let's not try to break the law. Let's leave it within the framework of law. There will be legal activities. I'll share with you a very simple thing. At my age, you're hypertensive and you're diabetic. My hypertension medication, when I refilled in January, they gave me for 2 months. So when I was leaving now in March for India, I called and said, can you do it? And somehow my poor primary care physician got late in ordering it. So then the nurse realizes I was his professor. So he says, you better explain to him you missed out. So she calls me and says, Dr. Moidu, you're going to India? I said, yeah. According to Dr. Ramesh, that's not my physician. He's another physician in that group. He suggested you should buy it in India cheaper and no problems. Well, even if you don't need the prescription, the fact is, you show your passport, it shows you are a physician. They'll give you anything you want. Anything they give you anywhere, as long as Nagad Narayan ke sab hain pujari.
Sir, now you come to what Dr. Nagra had said, a lot of things, training the A&M and giving them this thing. But have you thought of the Jhola Chhap doctors? There are Jhola Chhap doctors, and they are actually there in the villages, and each one has about 5-6 villages to take care of. As far as what Bharat has said, there's a organization, there's a startup who's using pharmacists as, they've got their shop as a telemedicine center. I have in my village by the name of Mr. Dinesh, and he distributes this thing and he'll give you an IV whenever you want. So in Garmi mein koi garmi zyada hoti hai, yaar ek glucose chada de. It's a very normal thing. So now, once you have gone there, sir, let's think about Jhola Chhap doctors. Why can we give him a badge? Think.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
Because, we think that we would like to innovate, and then thereby reduce boundaries or the hurdles, cross the hurdles. But what we are talking about is a very interesting phenomenon. Could we do it? See, because what have we done? We are thinking of all the practitioners of all the alternate systems of medicine, giving them 6 months training and putting them at par with many others. Why not look at this category? Give them they already know something about pharmacology. All you have to give them is a course in clinics and diagnostics, and perhaps they could be one tier in your workforce for a couple of years. It's an excellent idea, but they don't have anyone to speak for them.
Sir, in the sense that they are the only workforce right now in these villages.
Yeah.
And we are trying to disrupt that thing. We are trying to get people there. So why are we trying to disrupt it? Why not make them a little more advanced or something? Think on that line. We such a beautiful thing.
I would like y'all to say it was good conversation. Bring it to a stop.
Jai Hind.
I would like you all to go and get a cup of tea. And more importantly, just remember, you can't change the whole world, change your world.
My village.
Brother,
Don't meddle with the law.
Yeah.
most important, don't meddle with the law. I don't
no
want.
law. There is no law.
Sir, ऐसे मत करो sir.
Chalo, let's have tea. Yeah.
Okay, while we have been looking at things, we are going to change to the next one.
Ranjan.
जरूर जरूर मैं तो खत्म करते हैं कॉम्पिटेंसी खत्म हो गई दिखा दिया हाय
कौन सा चल रहा है बता वॉल्यूम बहुत कम आ रही है तो बोले तो रख दे तू वहां से बोलो पेट्रोल से
फुल हेलो हेलो ये वाला ना ये तो है ये फर्स्ट ये है हाँ हे 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 वो दूर रखते हैं तो क्या ठीक है
It's formed by the Memorandum of Association. And we are actually providing the technical input, or we are, you can say, a think tank for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in policy making and in execution and planning. We are closely related with the National Health Mission. So we work for the primary healthcare system in the country. To give you an overview for the children, National Health Mission has got two components of the Rural Health Mission. We are actually providing the technical input, or we are, you can say, a think tank for the Ministry.
Echo है सर, आप ही की भाषा.
We are closely related. No, so we work. YouTube में जाना है, right? Okay. Okay.
Now
no, I was wondering the physics, science, the.
ये कौन चित्रकार है?
Anyway, I'm thankful to once again to the organizing committee here. Now, the National Health Mission is, as I stated earlier, is National Rural Health Mission and the Urban Health Mission. And they have got, 5 verticals through which they deliver and their interventions and programs. They are the RMNCHA, adolescents, HSS, health system strengthening, NCD, communicable disease infrastructure. Now, the National Health System Resource Center, wherein we have also 5 divisions, that is Public Health Administration, the HRH, Human Resource component, the Healthcare Technology, which I had, the Healthcare Finance, and the KMD division, the Knowledge Management division. I believe there is a little less visibility about this organization because it is working backend. We work backend, we provide inputs as and when asked by the ministry, not that we go and talk to them. We might bring out a white paper or a concept paper thinking about the best interventions, and we submit it to the ministry for their views. So I was very glad that I've been given an opportunity to interact with the young minds because you are the future of the next. We are all written off retired committee, but yes, you can do something wonder because you are born in the millennium. You are all called the millennium. You are in the digital era. And a question to be thought always, is digital the final solution? Is too much of digital good? That's also a factor one must keep in mind, though everybody here, we are comparing with the westernized world and we are labeled as a low income countries and we are still fighting. But let me tell you, at a stage, you have to have a balance, and the ABDM has come in the right time with the right governance and the leadership, where you have the building framework. We are developing, and COVID gave us an excellent opportunity wherein we could realize the potential and the strength of the teleconsultation. I'm not uttering the word telemedicine because in the village, Digital Village 2.0 program of the Ministry of Electronics, ITY, they have selected 5 pilot villages. We are yet too far off, but yes, we have set the ball rolling. The pilot projects in the 5 villages give us very encouraging results. There were fiber optic, lines put up in those. It was built up in a model, so where we can seek a lot of, super specialist consultation from the tertiary care at the grassroots. So the main objective of the NHM is how to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure for the poor man. As you are all aware, the services at the government hospitals are free of cost for the BPL, but yet you find in various states and various models, they are having a mechanism of bringing out revenues and generating it. In that concept, the ABDM, as you all aware, is you got a in-service that PMJ covers up insurance part, and the OPD part is the health and wellness center, which has 150 lakh health and wellness center in the country coming up. Now they will be our spokes and the closest to the community centers from where we will be leveraging this teleconsultation services. These are going to roll out there. Let me tell you, in healthcare technology, we deal with 4 main important programs. That is the Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program, Free Diagnostics Services Initiative, and we have this Biomedical Equipment Management Program and AERB. So the in thing today, what we are, and I had come in Rajasthan also to visit and met the health secretary here, and it's more so of a teleconsultation services, what they are seeking for, and they wanted guidance and implementation of the diagnostics. There's a lot of funds from the 15th Finance Commission Health Grant, and they're all supporting agencies who are ready to invest in this field, because there's a wide gap in the diagnostics. Diagnostics cannot be templated. Diagnostics is again a doctor's, there are many variables, a doctor's prescription and requirement to diagnose as quick as possible a disease and relieve him from that difficulty. So though the FDSI guidelines have templated some minimum test, essential tests that is required, a point of care test at the sub-health centers, at the PSC, where we have said 63 tests, at the SDH we have said 111 tests, and so on at the DH 134. These are the basic essential tests which are supposed to be there, but need not necessarily these tests are to be done every time for every people. So now there, how to enable this, we provided a guideline wherein the private party partnership, they came out with some scheme of their already organized and strengthened diagnostic labs to provide us this support. It's been 6-7 years, and now is the high time that we strengthen our in-house services, because we got the lab technicians, we got our equipments. So we are on that process, how to strengthen in a hub and spoke model. So the hub becomes a place where maximum diagnostic tests are available, and the spokes are the sample collection center. They do little bit and collection, right? Second is the dialysis. The dialysis, as you all know, is a very important program, and you are saving life. There's estimated around 2.5 million of end stage kidney failure or disease stages every year. So the effort was that we have till now 35 districts we have our presence. The initial was in the district hospital. It's again in the PEP mode. We have started off dialysis, but there is no visibility. There is no checks, quality checks like KT and B. And so we have now launched, basically it's under advanced stage of implementation, is a national one dashboard. So it's developed by the CHI and us. We have been instrumental in this, with a vision of one nation, one dialysis. That means a person should be able to go anywhere, just show that and take it, below BPL case. Similarly, with the ARB, we ensure that all facilities are ARB compliant. We are in close touch with the ARB, Baba, Bach and all. We hold workshops and all. And the biomedical equipment management, another program, yet a massive, because value-based procurement is yet to be understood at the ground level. If you see, the whole environment is a push model, and technology is increasing in leaps and bounds. Every 2 years, you will have a new technology. And if you see the digital, you all must have read the Krantz graph. The initial lot of applications, everything comes, but which sustains after 2 years and all. You have to think and do value addition on that. So my division, we hold the National Innovation Portal. I do health technology assessment of processes and medical products which are submitted in this portal. There's a robust mechanism through which this is done by exclusion and inclusion criteria sent to Department Health Research, and we do it a presentation for uptake, and there's a good procedure. Now, there's a question also, how you do it, because HTA, sir must be knowing it is a very long time and a painstakingly process where you see all angles. We have rapid scans, we have mini HTAs and the HTAs. We are still evolving. We are not good, I'm telling you, because there's a lot of gap and a lot of things to be done to have a proper HTA team. In that context, in the MTAP, we put up as a policy. I'm very happy to announce that, in the MTAP, they have taken a decision in the highest body to come out with a course like HETA. It is called Health Economics and Technology Assessment. First time in the country.
Wonderful.
So this HETA course is going to make a lot of difference. You'll have people who in the public health system who are the health economists knowing about the technology assessment, and then this will set in the process of the value-based procurement. Instead of a push model, I always advocate it should be a need model. I'm surprised. I've been visiting so many states and all, and you go there and when I ask them a simple, do you have an annual procurement plan? That's missing in the state.
They only come up, sir, this equipment is very old. Yes, there is old. They are doing the servicing, is 12 years old and all. But have you planned with your available infrastructure and the human resources, how best you can utilize and newer technology? So when you do the HT and all, you come out with a solution. Instead of procuring very high intensive technology, you must go for a reagent rental mode, because technology is evolving. You will now, have another 1 year after, you'll have Wi-Fi enabled everything, which are transmitting images, ultrasound, ECG, already the BIS, we have given them the specifications and all. So technology is ever increasing. So high-end, high projects, we must always try to go for a lease method or a reagent method, because more and more these high-end equipments are very consumable specific. So it works very economic when you have in this reagent rental model. So I think I'll stop here because a lot of things are stay, and I'm open to any questions, please. Thank you so much again, sir, for giving this opportunity.
No, definitely. This is what you all have to realize. We took the broad vision.
Okay, sir, just a minute.
Just a second. I'll give you a chance to come back. This is where you see the government policy is what we're trying to meet. We are aligning. And the most important thing in any technology is alignment of goals. And the alignment of goals, he's just shared with you how they have, and he was honest enough to share with you the gaps. The issue of economic assessment of technology is huge. I'm looking at Dr. Rashmi and speaking because she is a health economist. I mean, she may be associate dean, but she is got to get her students there. I think all of you need to get your students, including you, Dr. Supten Bhattacharya. Bhattacharya का नाम क्यों आ रहा है? पता नहीं उसकी वजह से. Supten, right? You also got to come and do some research. And for that, I think I would like, I heard about your option to offer internships, and we would love to make sure people come contribute to the future of the nation.
Absolutely. So if I may be permitted, sir, I'll just
Please.
tell them about the opportunity. There's a website, National Health System Resource Center. Please do open that. And there are in a tab called Careers and Opportunity, go through it. We invite applications from meritorious students to have summer internship. That's a 2-month program. You'll be exposed to the various programs and the work culture and how we do and what is the, just to motivate you to join in the public health system and contribute. And we have a fellowship program also, 1-year fellowship. These are the campus selections. Now that I have come to know you are all here, so next year I definitely would like to have a round of campus selection here. So to get fellows from your university. But our benchmarks are very high. Please remember that. Please prepare for that. So you have to have a very broad horizon and a well articulated and a good thought process. What sir was mentioning, your thoughts should be aligned with the public health system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. If nothing else, I give you the promotion to AVM today. Not that it matters. Thanks a lot. I agree. It was nice. I hope you two are sitting here. Will you be with us? You'll be here. I would actually like you to come back a little later in our discussion round after lunch, where you can talk about the technology assessment efforts you're doing. इजाजत है बोलने की तो बोलो, या आप भी जा रहे हैं? अच्छा, फिर आप आ रहे हैं तो अभी आइए. आप भी आइए और सबको सुनाइए कि what is the effort of technology assessment you're doing, right. How is your plan, and that institute in Plymouth meeting is called ECRI, right. ECRI.
Right, ECRI, yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Anjane, and I am working as a senior consultant in at National Health System Resource Center. So, primarily, the Division of Healthcare Technology is a WHO collaborating center for priority medical devices and health technology policy. So what we do, we make guideline for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare on various technological intensive program. And we also develop, technical specification of medical equipment. So we use WHO template for designing generic technical specification. So till now we have designed around 200 plus medical equipment technical specification, which is being used by all the states and UT for procurement of equipment. Secondly, what we do the health technology assessment, what Dr. Ranjan has said. We have a national health innovation portal where innovators from public and private sector are submitting their innovations, and we do rapid assessment of these innovations. Then these innovation is being presented to a technical appraisal committee having expert from WHO, Department of Health Research. Then we have expert from IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, and then we evaluate those innovations, and then Ministry of Health and Family Welfare thinks, okay, this should be directly going to the public health system. Then they give the recommendation to all the state these are the innovative product that you should be using in your public health system. Then the second option is like there is a need for detailed study whether it is cost effective or not. Then it goes to Department of Health Research, and that undertakes full-time health technology assessment of that product. So this is what exactly we are doing. Apart from that, we are supporting two different ministries, including Department of Pharmaceuticals on medical device regulation. Then we support Material Vigilance Program of India. That is one unique program in the country that reports the adverse event happening due to medical devices. So apart from that, in this pandemic, we supported Ministry of Health in planning the oxygen management. So we primarily did the initial mapping of all the cylinders available from sub-center up to district hospital. And then we, depending upon the caseload, we were giving the projection key. This would be the requirement for oxygen in across the states. Apart from that, like we are working closely with all different departments, including Indian Public Health Standard from Public Health Administration Division that defines what kind of services should be available at each level. So primarily the lowest level in public health system is sub-center. So what should be the service? What should be the human resource? What should be the equipment available there so that public can access the services? So that is that is as per the Indian Public Health Standard guidelines. So you are passing out from this course. You should be knowing what kind of standard we follow in Indian Public Health Standard. What kind of organization that is working in your field. So you should be knowing these things, and we are one of the premier institute where we are supporting colleges in undertaking, and you guys can come to our institute and do a summer internship, and then you'll come to know about the public health system in detail. So this is bit from. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have, sir, under biomedical equipment maintenance program, we have mapped the medical equipment from sub-center up to district hospital for 28 states. It is available on the NHSRC website. So you can get the information in Churu district, in a particular sub-center, what are the equipment that is available right now. So you can access these information. Again, for public-private partnership in diagnostic, we have mapped all the dashboard. These are the dashboards. What are the tests that has been done today? How many patient has availed the services today? So these things is being mapped at the state level, but we have hyperlinked it at NHSRC websites. Thank you, sir.
Dhanyavad, Shriman. What you guys have learned today? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Right. Yes, sir.
Medical equipment from the sub-center right up to a tertiary care center.
Right.
What is the plan for the obsolete and equipment with regard to condemnation and replacement?
Right.
Because you'll will keep providing, but there's hardly any repair or maintenance and little or no replacement. Thank you.
Sir,
One minute. You know what I call it? The technological graveyard.
Right, sir.
Because the more you give to the periphery, they don't know how to dispose it of.
Right. So it has two components, sir. One component is on maintenance. Second component is on condemnation. So for maintenance, we have launched a program called Biomedical Equipment Maintenance Program that has been implemented in 30 states. And the prime objective of this program is to ensure upkeep time. So for equipment in a district hospital, it should be having an upkeep time of 95%. What does this mean? This means that equipment should not be down for more than 18 days in a district hospital. If it is down more than 18 days, then the service provider has to provide a standby equipment for critical care. Or if it is not a critical equipment, then he will be penalized for it. So this is one of the programs. Second, sir, the second part of your question is on condemnation of what is the plan for condemnation. So,
hello. Sir, a very important and good question. I'll just take over from Anjane. We are working on it right now. In armed forces, as you know, sir, we have very well-defined disposal condemnation policy. So, me from the armed force background, joining in the civil stream, I found that yet has to come up because the GFR provisions are there, but people are hesitant. I have been visiting many states, all prime space are occupied with junk. Now, I have put up a policy to the JS policy stating that we have to address this and have an equipment life. Like, in the civil parlance, with the actual depreciation amount of 3 to 4 years after that, the equipment is of no use with the technology advancement. But we recommended, as per my armed force experience, 10 years of good enough, 7 to 10 years of life. With optimally you can utilize or stretch on, but in case you see the technology is obsolete, the spare management is bad, you don't get spare, and the cost of repair is more than 50% of that, then you must put it up to condemnation so that a new item can come. So the old goes and the new comes. This is in the table right now for I have to make a presentation to the JS, and after that it might get approved and separated.
My experience being Director Health Services in the Andaman Nicobar Islands.
Sorry, it's not working. Bhaiya, badal do.
My experience as Director in the Andaman Nicobar Islands, 2,000 kilometers away from mainland, graveyard bigger than a football field of ambulances, and any equipment you could think of, from the smallest being a blood pressure apparatus, stethoscope, to the mountain of it, and lying there since 40 years or 50 years. Again, from a service background, had to take steps for condemnation, had to take unconventional steps for condemnation, and then also had to find replacements. And for repair and maintenance, because Government of India wouldn't play ball, I had to approach the UNICEF. UNICEF, therefore, helped me to set up a biomedical repair workshop and a facility for repair of vehicles. Now, that could be done in a place like Port Blair, but I had to cover 29 islands. Of the 29 islands, 14 or 15 of them had ambulances because they were roads. So then I had to have mobile teams to go across and repair those vehicles. So what we are talking of, in our country, the planning is done at a state or at a level by people who haven't traveled the country.
I agree, sir. Absolutely.
So, I think that you have the opportunity.
Yes.
Just go and take a look at all this, and then only you'll come up with something really realistic. Thank you.
But the important part is, sir, the health is always a state subject. So
I
the
know
state.
that is the problem.
So let me tell you, sir.
No, but one thing is that the UTs are centrally administered. So that cannot be an excuse.
Well, it's one thing to come here to talk about curriculum, but it takes great pleasure to see policy being pushed. What I would like to ask Dr. Prem Singh here is to share with you all what he's doing for the state of Rajasthan. Since we are working with these students got to recognize his face. Wherever you see him, always tell him, sir, I'm looking for attention. And anyway, let's go ahead. 5 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you, sir, giving me opportunity to interact with such eminence, great peoples and with students. I'm working as a state nodal officer for inventory management. Probably you heard about EU equipment management systems for Rajasthan, and also I worked free drug scheme, EOSD, and also I managed state oxygen during the COVID first wave and second wave, and still I am managing and working with that. जस्ट एक आप यू हैड फर्स्ट मैं क्वेश्चन के रिप्लाई कर दूं जो आपने मुझसे अभी रखा था कि क्या स्टेट के पास में इक्विपमेंट्स का रिप्लेस करने का या कंडेमनेशन का कोई पॉलिसी है. यस, इट इज एक पॉलिसी फॉर्म नहीं है, बट हमारा एक स्टेट का फाइनेंशियल रूल है जिसे हम GFR कहते हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट फाइनेंशियल रूल्स की बुक्स हैं. उसके अंदर मेंशन है कि हमको इक्विपमेंट्स अगर एक सर्टेन टाइम के बाद में या ऑब्सोल्यूट हो जाता है या उसका टाइम पीरियड कंप्लीट हो जाता है, तो वो कमिटीज बना के, एक्सपर्ट्स की कमिटीज बना के उसको कंडेमनेशन कर देते हैं. Hence, after NHSRC supports, we are having biomedical equipment maintenance management programs. तो हम उनके द्वारा हमें हर लेवल पे बायोमेडिकल इंजीनियर्स का सपोर्ट मिला हुआ है. तो उसके द्वारा एक कमेटी बना के हम एवरी ईयर्स कंडेमनेशन का प्रोसेस अपने अस्पताल के द्वारा किया जाता है. और साथ में जो आपने कहा रिप्लेसमेंट कैसे होते हैं, तो रिप्लेसमेंट के लिए अभी हमें कई तरह से, दो तरह से सपोर्ट्स हैं. एक तो स्टेट का जो BFC होता है, जो स्टेट की प्लानिंग होती है, उसके द्वारा इक्विपमेंट्स का प्रिक्योरमेंट किया जाता है. और सेकंड NHM के PIP में हमें जो हम इक्विपमेंट्स हमें जरूरत होती है जो मैटरनल केयर के लिए, चाइल्ड केयर करने के लिए, तो वो इक्विपमेंट्स हम NHM PIP के अप्रूवल के बाद में हम नीड बेस्ड असेसमेंट करके हम उसको खरीदते हैं. तो इट इज अबाउट इक्विपमेंट्स. दूसरा सर, आपने कहा कि हमें स्टूडेंट्स के लिए क्या हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी दे सकते हैं हम इनके लिए. प्रेजेंट में कुछ ही दिनों में NHM जो है काफी ब्लॉक लेवल तक, डिस्ट्रिक्ट, स्टेट एंड ब्लॉक लेवल तक के रिक्रूटमेंट्स निकालने वाला है, क्योंकि हेल्थ एक बहुत बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है स्टेट के लिए और बहुत लंबा वर्कफोर्स है. करीब 1 लाख से या ज्यादा लोग इस सिस्टम में काम करते हैं. तो वो उसके लिए अभी कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल्स, जनरली वैकेंसी जो होगी वो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल्स होंगी, वो निकालने जा रहा है. और दूसरी, अभी कल जब हमारे रंजन सर और सेक्रेटरी सर की डिस्कशन करने के लिए गए थे उनके ऑफिस में, तो वहाँ पे एक डिस्कशन और चला था कि हम आप लोगों को इंटर्नशिप के लिए हम अपने NHM के अंदर बुलाएं और वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और स्टेट लेवल पे दोनों पे आप लोग आएंगे, और ताकि आप लोग एक्चुअल देख पाएं कि फील्ड में हमें क्या चाहिए, वो हाउ इट इज. आप जो थ्योरी सीख रहे हैं उसको आप फील्ड में कैसे रिलेट कर पाएं, या जो आप सीख रहे हैं ड्यूरिंग द इंटर्नशिप आप हमें जो सीखेंगे उसको थ्योरी से कनेक्ट करते हुए और बेटर आप कैसे काम कर सकते हैं. सर, इट इज देयर द अपॉर्चुनिटी. थैंक यू.
I would go a little step further. आप कहना तो कह दिए, मैं करवाना चाहता हूँ. Let's ask between health informatics and health administration, have 2 lectures a year. Let's have Dr. Prem Singh come and share it with your students. So that will be a practical step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
आप कबूल कर रहे हैं?
Sir, yes, it is my opportunity and I will love to come here to interact with you.
Definitely, it's been a pleasure. Sir, do you remember in Sweden, the computers got outdated. So one day there was a small, what do you call trash can. And suddenly I found all my professors and people in my department putting the computer there. So Moidu tells me, I'll pick up one and take it home. So I said, ye kya ho raha hai? Kehte, this is being condemned. And that ended the story. Either to now, if you look at the government's policy, पहले तो उसकी hard disk निकालेंगे, hard disk निकाल के they'll want to see that it is free. Then it's a big pain, यार. तो उसको निकाल के भगा दो यार. Don't give them so much technology. Anyway, my view.
The point point is, when you go there, and just remember, there's something you got to share with Dr. Prem Singh, is that the life cycle of a hardware is getting shorter and shorter, but that doesn't mean it stops working. And one of the things that you ought to be able to look in the cybersecurity space, and Dr. Wadi just, somebody else did talk about forensics. You get a software, that forensic software should be approved by the state, push it into the device, run it, it cleans everything. Run it twice, it doubly cleans everything. Nobody can reconstruct any information that has been ever held on that. I think it was you, Dr. Rashmi. She was doing it. I knew it was the lady.
Online. The staff information officer. What is the software we are using in Rajasthan?
You'd like to share?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Online करो भैया उनको.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. रंजन साहब, ये नहीं कि आपको हमने ताली नहीं दी, बात ये है कि आपका समय हो रहा है, इसलिए हम आपको ये कहना चाहिए धन्यवाद. And when you see Atul, give him my regards. Definitely, sir. Thank you so much. Tell him I missed it.
On करो.
भाई आपकी बड़ी दोस्ती हो रही है आज रंजन साहब के साथ. Yeah, we have it. Unpin me and pin him down. Can you hear us, sir? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
J.K. Verma, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible and you are the center of the stage.
So should I start, sir?
Please.
So good morning to all, and I am Jitendra Verma. I'm head of the state for NIC. And I heard a lot of people like, as you were discussing, so mostly people were discussing about your health and all systems. So I'm a technocrat, so I will connect you with my technology to the health. So please allow me to connect health with the technology, and I'll be happy for that.
नहीं, एक मिनट ठहरिए सर, थोड़ा एक मिनट ठहरिए. एको का क्या हो रहा है? मेरे पास आ रहा है.
I heard a lot of people like.
Please start.
Thank you. As I told you that I'm a specialized in technology, so I will just explain how the health system is been connected with the technology. And as I've been told that about the health informatics, so I'll elaborate something about the health informatics. As you know, the world is going for technology and health technology. Whatever we talk about the technology and technology. But little people understand how the technology being implemented, how the technology is acceptable. So I'll just give a brief note about how things are there and how we are implementing in Rajasthan. So let me tell you first, what is informatics? So informatics means we have information plus the technology. And information means that everybody knows information means the data. So data plus technology we call as informatics. As far as health is concerned, as today the topic is the health. Health is concerned, we are taking care of all the health information with the technology. For example, let us have a OPD. For example, we have a IDP. The person who is coming to the hospital and getting all the prescription and everything is been connected with the technology and getting it the information on the portal and something like that. So what I mean to say that whenever the data is available, or any kind of data is available, it may be a indoor patient, it may be an outdoor patient, the data is available on the technology. Now the what kind of technology, the technology part for the healthcare system. As a technocrat, I will suggest that information, the technology should be like, so that it should be a resilient technology. It should be a technology which should be a cost optimized technology. A technology, it should be a secure technology. A technology, it should be a high performative technology. So that whatever you get, whatever you take, it should be available to the local person or local citizen, either it is a state citizen or the citizen of India. As many of people, as I was listening, that told about the various blueprints about the national health missions, and nowadays the government of India has come up with the EHR. Most of the people, electronic health records, most of the people are coming up with this things, and right now they are on paper, and the government of India is propagating that we should go for all these things toward the one health card and one mission. That means if I am a patient, I can go anywhere in the India and get that ID and get it done. So these kind of things are available nowadays. Once again, I'll tell that whenever the technology comes, we come about the softwares, the software parts, the hardware parts, and the parts that has been using all those parts, all those things, like the clouds. As most of the people, we are knowing that the technology is going towards the cloud technology, so that every data, everything is available on the cloud. I'll take some example like this, but once again, whenever we are in informatics, in informatics world, we are used to be a better plan and a better management. And later on, if the data is available, as I told you that there are so many data available, when data is available, we can have a better planning, we can have a better management, and we can have better prediction also. Nowadays, you will see that the technology is going at far for the AI and machine learning, artificial intelligence and machine learning things. Artificial intelligence means whenever you have a data, there is a data science for learning the data, and that we call as a AI or artificial learning. Later on, when AI is there, we can go for the machine learning so that we can predict the thing that what will happen in the next day. For example, if I am having my data for a patient who is who is diagnosing for the blood sugar or blood pressure for a long time, so that we can have a data analysis that what will happen after 5 days, after 15 days or a year. That kind of technology, that kind of software, that kind of technology is available right now. So I'll take some of the example what we are doing in Rajasthan, and that has been appreciated by the government of India. I'll give first example of the PCTS, pregnancy child tracking system. Most of the people will be aware of all those things. The person who is at the village level, at the low level, they are going to survey each pregnant lady right from beginning to the birth of the child. Let me give you the sequence. The Asha Sayognis are going in the village level. They are asking the people, they are asking the ladies, they are finding out all the parameters given by the government of India and some of them by government of Rajasthan. And data is collected through the mobile app and coming to the server. Each data is coming through mobile to the server, and we are analyzing all these data as far as the state policy or state planning and management is concerned. So So the beauty of the technology is that, right, the data who is lying in the village level, we are getting at the state level, or we are transporting this data to at Delhi level also, which their HMIS system is there. So we are online tracking the pregnant women. We are online tracking the infants and children's for their health surveillance. We are monitoring the immunization program also. We are ranking the health institutions available in the government of Rajasthan, and we are even monitoring the deliveries of the institution what we are having in Rajasthan. And more parameters, we are taking care of all these things. And another way is that we are having the program that is we call it as a ASHA, the social health activities. Everybody knowing about this, this is the only program running in Rajasthan, and it has been very much appreciated by the government of India. And we got we got a lot of appreciation from the government of India, and we have got many achievements for this particular program. And ASHA Sahayognis are doing a very good work at the low level, and the data is available with us. Data right from the beginning to the end, the process is completed. The data is available with us. The government of Rajasthan is having a data, and the government of India is also availing that particular same data. I would like to tell you, sir, or all of your students, that see, these all data is available with us, and only the government is utilizing all this data. I request all of you to make a business model so that you can have these kind of data for your for the future point of view, for a business model to serve the people of Rajasthan, to serve the people of country, and we will welcome you to share our data as far as the government policies are concerned and the government of India policies are concerned. And another beauty of all these projects and programs are there, that we are even servicing all the ASHA Sahayognis, ANMs, BSMHOs, CMHOs. Even we have connected all their data to transfer their money, to transfer their other things, to transfer their APRs, to transfer their ACRs. Everything we are having on these in portals, and they are well being used by the low-level person. In spite of that, there are so many CM announcements every year, and we are all incorporating all those things in our health programs or health, whatever portals we are having, whatever health-related technology we are having. We are incorporating all those things. You might be knowing about the Janani Suraksha Yojana. You might be knowing about the Mukhyamantri Rashtriya Yojana. So all these data are available with us, and we are taking care, NIC is taking care of all this Shubh Lakshmi Yojana, Rashtriya schemes. All these data are available with us, and I again welcome all of you to share all these things, and we will be helping you to share all this data with you. Last, we are having the impact program also. As somebody told, that sonography machines are there, and a lot of things are going on in our state. So what we have made, we have attached a machine which is directly communicating that whenever the machine is on, whenever machine data is going on. So we are fetching all the data right from the machine to our state data center. So this is a very marvelous program again, and you know that in our Rajasthan, sex ratio is much improved than any other state in the country. So these are the things I wanted to share all of you, and I thought that because I am a technocrat, I have done whatever I wanted to say to you. As far as deep technology is concerned, I always welcome. As far as technology is concerned, I have gone very simple way that you can understand all these things. And thanks all of you to call me for this small presentation. Thank you.
वर्मा जी, बहुत अच्छी बात कही आपने, और बड़े सरल साधारण रूप से एक अपनी इतनी बड़ी मुसीबतों को हमारे सामने पेश किया. I think you need a lot of team to help you, and I'm looking at the young people, so they better realize that don't be in despair. There are a lot of opportunity. Find a way to do. Think of how you can do. Spend some time in the rural area where you can see the work being done, and see what is wrong, you can improve. So a fresh eye with education should help and build the nation. Thank you very much, JK sir.
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद आपका. बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. I will now like to call Dr. Deepak Sharma. Deepak Saxena, sorry. I apologize. My serious apologies for mispronouncing. I don't have my glasses. They're gone for fixing. I have an ophthalmologist to. Yes, sir. We have the privilege of having Dr. Deepak Saxena here. He's the director, regional director for health and family welfare in Jaipur. Give him the one that speaks. Sir, please introduce us what you do.
Yeah.
And the informatics and information related efforts where you can see young people getting an opportunity to assist you.
Yeah.
So let's over to you, sir.
Yeah. I am Dr. Deepak Saxena, Senior Regional Director at Regional Office for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, located at Vidyadhar Nagar, Jaipur, Kendriya Sadan Vidyadhar Nagar, Jaipur. So this health informatics is something very important these days. And because as sir said, younger generation is very much friendly with this digital technologies. And we should get every opportunity to incorporate all those innovations into our technical areas, medical sciences also, so that we are able to take maximum advantage of development taking place all over the science and technology areas. So incorporation of artificial intelligence into this science, medical sciences will definitely bring about a different kind of outcome. And I can make assessment that so many predictions will be coming true if a proper way of giving information or learning is imparted to the youngsters and the people undergoing long courses, and we should be able to utilize this knowledge to maximize the advantage of the developing our science and technology field. So that is my CBHI. We have one unit that is basically pertaining to statistics part. So this is Central Bureau of Health Intelligence. There is a directorate at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, New Delhi. So one field survey unit is located in our office. This is associated with us. So field survey unit keeps conducting these kind of courses, but these are very short-term courses. Like people over here are doing long courses. We are conducting very short courses, just introductory kind of courses, just to sensitize the people about these kind of developments. So health information management system is one of those courses. Apart from that, ICD-10 and ICF, these courses are also going on. So these are for medical officers also and for paramedical personnel also. And Dr. T.D. Khatri, he is one of our strong backbone of imparting education to all kind of courses. And we are requesting him to go to conduct our workshops also for this office at several places. CBHI Jaipur is conducting having domain with 7 states and UTs. So that includes Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Gujarat, Haryana, Chandigarh, etc. So wherever workshops are being organized, so we are sensitizing the people regarding implementing these important aspects into our medical system or curriculum, whatever. So many places we have seen ICD-10 and ICF implementation is not adequate. It is very poor, and it is needed. Our country is lagging far behind, far behind in implementing these important, codings. And this is very easy to learn also. So similar way, this health informatics should also be, helping us to develop our medical and science field. And we should be able to take advantage of this to maximum extent. Yeah.
Any questions? आप लोगों को एक ही बात बोली थी कि सवाल आप ही को पूछना है. So yes, ma'am. Last time you won the prize. This time you got to ask the question again. Go ahead. What do you understand from CBHI? It is understanding the population, who, the distribution, etc. And what can you do with that?
Sir, CBHI is basically Central Bureau for Health Intelligence.
थोड़ा वाणी बढ़ाए.
I'm sure you are all undergraduates here.
So Central Bureau for Health Intelligence. So it is Central Bureau for Health Intelligence.
This side undergraduates. So Central Bureau of Health Intelligence. So we are, collecting data from the periphery pertaining to CD, communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. And these data are being collected from all over the country. 6 field survey units are there in the country. Jaipur has got, association with 7 states and UTs. So from remotest areas, we are, there is a defined system, and this system has been, renewed also. So health information management system is there. So this information we are collecting from different areas, and it is being compiled at central level, Delhi, and there it is being analyzed. And national health profile, every year national health profile is being brought out by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, wherein it contains detailed information about whatever is being done in country, whatever kind of problems we are facing, and how we can sort them out. So this is how the CBHI is functioning. This is very important component of our department. Without CBHI or without proper data analysis, we are not.
So is this data is available for
Shriman,
public domain?
ये बदली है.
So is this data is available for public domain, or it is only for the use of government?
This actually depends upon the state government only, to how much extent they want to share the data in public domain before it gets vetted from the highest authority. So after vetting, it should be available in the public domain, and you can always access. But I don't think complete information is available in public domain. Through some health officers only probably you can get these data.
So what you are learning from this is data is key. They use it to plan immunization. They use it to plan pandemic surveillance. They use it to plan and execute with efficiency. So that you see data works for you. What you asked is it easily available? Now let me ask you a question. What would you do with it? आप क्या करेंगे?
So as a management student, if we want,
मेरे बेटा माइक इस्तेमाल करो.
sir, as a management student, if we want to use this data to plan anything in future, then we can use it.
Yes, exactly as he said. You will have to reach a health officer and get it. It may be an issue by issue, opportunity by opportunity evaluation. We can't really put such data in public domain without control.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sir, I'm not saying it from any other reason. I was your immunization officer long time back. Any other questions? Especially the adult section, they've been sleeping. भाई बच्चों ने बात किया, अब आपकी बारी. Dr. Rashmi, would you like to know their budget and how much value we're getting out of them? Yeah, she's been very smart. She put my question to you.
So,
please go ahead, ma'am. Have your question. Frame it. आपको क्वेश्चन है? बोलिए आप. चलो. You got a break.
So who is giving the data? What is the source of the data?
Okay. Whenever you will be completing your this course, and you will be getting your posting, you will be posted to remotest area of the state. That is the most important area where your services are required. And these are the areas people are suffering with so many constraints. Okay. And sometimes, these facilities are adequately available. Sometimes these are not available. So as a officer in charge, you will be assessing what is the actual situation over there. Maybe you have taken a survey to your area under your PHC, maybe a few villages are there. You have taken survey to that area, and you find a lot of, water collection is there. You find larvae are developing. So what action you will be taking? Okay. And before you take that action, you come across a very, important finding. The people are coming up to you with pyrexia, with chills and rigors. And once you conduct a test upon them, you come to know this is falciparum. Then what will you do? So you will carry out survey in entire area probably. House to house survey. This is a dangerous situation. Falciparum is developing in our country, XYZ at any area. Dr. T.D. Khatri sir has been involved for a very long time in developing artemisinin kind of drugs, testing those drugs on falciparum cases. Okay, so with a great difficulty, we have developed control over these kind of situations. But now, if you face it again, probably very drastic action will be taken by you. So you will be designing your own program, how to go about it, how to use your technicians, how to sensitize those people, and how you can bring about faster control over the situation. The patient should not die because of this preventable problem, preventable disease. Okay, so that's where the data is coming. Initially, maybe person is coming to you, the patient is coming to you, but once you come to know in your laboratory, you are getting this test done. Okay, CAR test is also being done, microscopy is also being done. You come to know Webex is there, you are treating the patient, you are given radical treatment. Falciparum is there, then probably you will be taking a different course of action. Okay, and then ultimately you have to not only bring about control. You see, Rajasthan has been categorized as category 1 under National Malaria Elimination Program. And this year, this is very precious year for Rajasthan. In 2022, we are supposed to eliminate malaria from our state. So what is our plan of action? Everybody is supposed to get sensitized. Okay. So from where you collect your data, this will depend upon you only. You will go to sub-center, you will go to Anganwadi, you will go to make surveys in different areas. But your area should remain free of mosquitoes. And even if mosquito is there, but patients are protected with maybe some mosquito repellents or maybe some these kind of nets are there. Okay, so nets impregnated with these anti-malarial drugs. Okay, so these long-lasting nets are there. You are protecting your population somehow. So then probably even if mosquito adult population is there, that will not be affecting. But you will be intervening in all those areas, not only larvicidal area, you will be controlling those adult these mosquitoes also. And you will be giving maybe sometimes prophylactic treatment to some people. Okay. So this will, once you are into field, you are in charge of that particular location, then responsibility comes onto you only. You will be defining your areas. From what sources you will be collecting this information. You have to keep your area free of mosquito. Okay. So once you get your postings over there, probably so many areas you will come across where you will find so much chance is there for an intervention from your side and control every kind of situation. It is not the national malaria elimination program. There are so many other programs also going on. National health programs are going on. You must have come across. Okay, so there are National Mental Health Program. There is National Iodine Deficiency Disorder Control Program, Fluorosis Control Program, Prevention Program. Okay, so many areas you will be coming across, and in each and every area, you will find you are having your intervention. It is required. If you remain inert, probably you will not be doing justice with your job. Okay, so you will only be defining what are those areas.
What kind of publications do you come out with the data and what people?
Yes, madam. This is annual publication, National Health Profile we are coming with. And this is published by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare only. It contains information regarding all those vital parameters related to our health areas.
So
and
let
there
me
are
jump in here for a moment, since all these health informatics people are sitting here. And first thing you got to remember, Dr. Saxena gave a lot of importance to you. Don't forget that, okay? As you got to meet his expectations. One program that General Ashok Singh applied in rural Rajasthan, in Bhoruka, was tracking women. We have family planning is a big program for us. So we captured all ladies between 15 and 45. If they were not pregnant, you were giving them advice and care for family planning. And if they got pregnant, you were giving them care for the antenatal care. And that way you help them have a better life. Now, that is data intelligence, but the data is across ages and across time. Though he did that exercise way back in the 80s, it's still not a national program. So you guys have a lot to do. So how do you get to his office is the most important. Absolutely. The point is, you guys have to think, and like he said, how do we get a daily census from every town or every village? That is where you will become current, the way they did with Arogya Setu for pandemic. Just tracking the contacts and able to consolidate the care delivery. So opportunity is all based on data. Any other questions? The older generation. Sab chuk ke baith gaye. Koi baat nahi. Aaj maaf kiya. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your coming. And my apologies for
have one doctor session.
Where is it?
He on a Zoom call. Meanwhile, you're there.
I got to sing a song. I'll just please go ahead. This man has got a certificate, so he's going away. देखो बात ये है सिर्फ कि आए हैं किस लिए? सर्टिफिकेट के लिए। देने के लिए नहीं मुझे।
उससे पहले इंसाइट दिया ना फर्स्ट सेशन में भूल गए. Anyway, about data, what Dr. Saxena said is very useful. And in fact, if you want data even beyond any one state, from all the states in India, you can get it from the data portal of India, that is data.gov.in. So maybe someone can write it also on that if you want, or if you can project it on a screen, data.gov.in. And Dr. Saxena, you'd like to add, because I think all the state HMS data are also uploaded there, but of course it's done centrally. I mean, the state sent to the center and from the center. Yeah, this doesn't go from the CBHI, this goes from the statistics department. So they send it up in that data.gov.in. If you can project here, can you just the data portal of India? So you can do the search on that. You can do the HMS data. You can go state-wise, district-wise. So different states, different districts, you can do comparative studies. And Dr. Saxena rightly said, I mean, if we can make a business plan, how can you use the data? Because so much of data is there, and Health Ministry is one of the most prolific uploaders there. So I think this data portal of India is definitely a very good source for research activities, projects, developing business models, and so on.
And they are going to develop it further also, I suppose, because it is going to make more easier for everybody to access these data so that they can make a maximum utilization of available information.
So the future is all yours, and it depends on you to discover more. If you think your teacher is going to tell you everything, just remember you're on the wrong track. So you got to be sure you're walking on a railway track where the train doesn't run. But at the same time, it should be a railway track that is being used, because that track that is being used is kept clean and kept in good condition. So CBHI data versus the government of India data, they have their power, they have their shortcomings. But what it is, we don't know. Any other questions? Rajiv Patni, आपके पास सवाल नहीं है तो मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा. My question to you is, having done your remote work in Assam, what all programs were being covered? I know you're focused on cancer, but the question is, to catch cancer, what part of the screening of the female population was being done? You're waiting for them to come with the symptom, then you're too late.
We had two programs. One was the community outreach, where we worked with the NHS. I had 28 teams going out into the field and providing screening. They would sit with the CHO and do the screenings there. The second is we worked with the tea gardens. They have a huge workforce there, which is unable to reach the healthcare systems. So we worked with them, a dedicated program, and where we got a lot of support from the tea estate themselves. My teams did not have to travel. They would go and stay on the estate, do the screening of the entire population. And that was the first population-based screening which was conducted. We were focusing on the three basic, easily detectable, screenable cancers: the oral, the breast, the cervical. These are the three. Now, this was one program, but there was a second program which was our innovation, which was opportunistic screening. Now, opportunistic screening is, we developed something called the Swasth Assam kiosk. Swasth. Now, using the word Swasth, we remove the fear of cancer. You're not being screened for cancer. It's just Swasth Assam. The kiosks were placed in the OPDs of busy hospitals and medical colleges. So you have come to the OPD for whatever thing you've been referred there by your doctor. You're waiting to see your specialist over there, and you see a brightly colored kiosk in that area, and you go and say, what's happening here? And you say, we are checking your BP, free hai, aa jaiye, aapko check karana hai, kar sakte hain, BP, sugar check karke batate hain. So the person gets an entry into the system. This is opportunistic. He gets an entry into the system. Once he's in the system, you start talking. Our people had very good soft skills. So from the BP to the sugar check, because sugar check involves a prick. So there's a pain element. So soft skills come into play there. You do that. And then say, we also have a specialist doctor here who can look at your mouth. Now, tambul or pan chewing is very, it's a cultural thing. It's a social thing in the Northeast. So if you want, you can get it checked by him. So that happens. Now, usually the person would be accompanied by someone else. If it's a female, we had nurses with us who would talk to her and say, we are checking for breasts also. We'll take her in. Now we are getting into an even more invasive sphere. The pinprick for the sugar is a pain thing, but now you're getting into the privacy domain. But the training was so good that we were able to convert almost everyone who came in. We had our failures, but that was learnings. We used it as learning. And then from there, going on to the cervical screening, which is even more private, but we were able to convince them. So these were two strategies we used. One was reach out, and the second was opportunistic screening. Excellent conversion rates from there.
Another pilot. Yes, sir.
I'd like to compliment you. Exceedingly motivating what you did. I have a very practical question because I've been on the ground far too long. That is, say you were to screen and detect or suspect malignancy in all three domains. Say it's 900 people you've detected in 6 months. Does the state have the capacity to treat these 900 people?
If you have a good screening system, we did some 25,000 and 25 suspects came out of it. Now, that's where my patient navigator took over. Suspected thing, take care of the fear element, take care of the uncertainty element, and as Dr. Moidu was saying, be at his elbow, support him. So through the system, supported them and took them over there. Now, the second aspect of your thing is, instead of 25, what if it was 900? And that's where we started working with the state government. We were establishing 19 cancer hospitals. Now, this is unprecedented in scale. 19 hospitals for just one state. This was a distributed care model. We developed 4 levels within the grid, a hub and spoke model, and maybe now that's a much larger discussion, but we can have that at some other time. So, so we did the screening. We made sure that we did not lose the people who were screened, and we supported them. It is the support which won the trust of the people. So this was a collaborative thing. Once again, Tata Trusts had part of the thing, and the state of Assam part of it.
General Singh, are all the students in the group, in that informatics training workforce group? Oh, so if you can add them, that would be because there's been some practical informatics things going on in the group right now. So Vasumati madam sent a link to the data portal. Then Anandi madam sent a link to the CBHI website where the national health portal, the national health profiles are there. Unfortunately, that is security is not updated. So the moment you click into it, it doesn't allow to enter. So that's a security issue. And this is at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare level, Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare level. So when you look at, I mean, many times we think that, oh, we'll just set up a website and that's it, end of the story. But there are so many things that maintenance, even these things. So sometimes what happens, the domain name expiry date is gone. So they say it's suspect. Would you like to go advance? If not, it's risky. And sometimes it may be really hacked. Unfortunately, when it's really hacked, probably you don't get even this error messages, but you go straight away to some dangerous site. So I think those are some of the practical things right now from the WhatsApp group they could have learned. So I think some of the students are there. So yeah.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
No, it's okay. Can we have a?
No, mic is for the recording.
No. For this, can we have this one WhatsApp group here with the students there? So all we can put all the information inside that.
Ask your create the collaborative
We'll-
tomorrow.
we'll do.
And
Yeah.
then put all your students.
Everyone.
And we put all the faculty who want to join.
Who want to, yeah.
Some of them may not want the noise.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
So we
There are
can have
lots of people who complain to me, can I be excused? I said, no. But that was because I didn't want to show people rolling out.
We can
That is-
transfer this information in that. group.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Please, that's a good idea.
this-
You made up for everything, Anandi.
You start a group, we'll put it.
My apologies here because my whatever I've been sharing with you has been with a focus on community health and the healthcare spectrum, whereas I'm standing in a forum of healthcare informatics. And Mia Kalpa, I have not shared the informatics experience. So I'm guilty of that. If you permit, sir.
Where shall we hang you?
I'm standing here. Someone just has to pull the plank. So we issued tabs to all our field workers. We were capturing the data on location every time. So the tab was there. The app for the tab was developed in-house. We had our own in-house. Now this had a huge learning journey. You develop a thing, you do a pilot, you think you have reached there, but no, that's not the end of it. Each patient encounter teaches you something new. And you need to keep dynamically upgrading, updating your system. You learn something new from each patient encounter. An encounter I use in a community health meeting, not in the police meeting. So this was one. And then the data was captured from there, uploaded. We had a central hub. The hub would receive the data. When a patient was being moved by the patient navigator, the person at the receiving hospital already had been given access rights, and he could access the entire health data at that end. And this was also supported by a call center. So you wanted to do something, you wanted to know what is happening to you. The data center also had a call center which supported the different queries. The queries could be what's happening to me, what is going to happen to me, or as simple as I need an appointment or I need to change my appointment. So once again, we had trained our people to handle all different kinds of queries. So I thought that would be of interest to the health informatics.
Did you use any device for that, like iBreast or something?
What is iBreast?
For your, oh, sorry. Oh, that's a breast examination device? No, you didn't. Purely manual.
Manual, doctors and nurses doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent work and great description of what you're doing. What I've heard from a lot of cancer hospitals and groups is that one of the biggest areas is about follow-up of patients who get treatment. Did you do any work on that as well?
Cancer is something which requires long-term treatment. So we do lose many patients to follow up. The loss to follow up, the attrition, as we call it, could be because of financial reasons, or could be just because of psychological reasons. He says, Mera to, this is the end of the road. Why am I traveling 500 kilometers every month to take the treatment? So we have to provide that support, and we did build support systems into our entire scheme of things. We also developed palliative care centers. Now, these were peripheral palliative care centers, which said, if you're unable to come to the hospital, we'll come to you. Now, palliative care, mind you, is a terminal care, and these are people who have given up on themselves, and the families have also given up on themselves. So we would bring in spiritual programs, bring in psychological support, bring in self-help groups and support groups to support that entire endeavor and make it a dignified end. The purpose was make it a dignified end. Sometimes, like I encouraged my team to share human interest stories. Before that, all our outgoing newsletters and everything was, we have started this project, we have done this thing, we have seen so many patients. I said, forget about this thing. Talk about the human interest. What difference have you made to their lives?
If you're not using a mic, you're not allowed to speak.
So what I hear from them is that whenever we look at the effectiveness of outcomes for cancer treatment in India, we don't have the data of mortality or anything about the outcomes over a long period of time. And that is something I was hoping if you've done that also, like data collection.
Yeah, kind of cancer registry or something. Yeah.
We have cancer
We
registries.
have cancer registries in the country.
Yeah.
Dibrugarh was one of the first cancer registries on that side. We have very good cancer
Those are
registries.
mostly hospital data. So it's not that any community population level data in cancer registry. So that is what I'm asking.
That you'll have to accept, ma'am. That's the reality of this community. If the community isn't collecting, why ask him for the data? Please, let's not go there. I can say that we have limitations, and the limitations are set by ourselves. It's not set by a third party input. Rajiv has been very eloquently defending his good work. I love hearing it. It's wonderful. I have a gentleman next to me who's come to share his time with you. He is Dr. Abhay Sinha. And since I will not make a good case, because every time I speak, I make a joke, and he may not like it. So I'm going to let him introduce himself and do a short presentation to you. He leads a thing called, if you have noticed on this platform, SEPC, and it's an Export Promotion Council. Am I right? And the state, is it the state? Is it limited to Rajasthan state? Or? You see, I want to say that he is in a position that I would have a lot of respect for. And the reason is, having worked with the Department of Commerce, Government of India, he is able to support a lot of effort that can help the neighboring countries. And we see, I have been on such a thing in the United States, and we did explore a lot of our educational models to the UK. And today UK has no NHS service without an American information system. I was waiting for Dr. Akandia to react. So I had to do the joke, but not on him. It went to Akandia. Go ahead. Abhay, it's yours.
Thank you so much. In fact, to begin the day with a joke on anyone else, even on myself, would be a better way to start. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And definitely, unfortunately, I could not attend the first part as I had to participate in a webinar on legal services. Now I'll just make a short presentation, and then you'll know, sometimes it is very difficult to switch the hats. Now from legal services, I'm back to health informatics, and where actually I don't have any knowledge.
I'll be there. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, no. It's okay. I think I'm audible enough. Okay. Presentation.
Presentation.
Okay. A brief background, like I have about 24 years of my career, and starting from trade information from Pragati Maidan, ITP. I was a part, my first job was there. And then I moved on to CII. It was a tough decision to leave a government job after 7.5 years to move to entirely a different area where a lot of industry connect was there. But all along, like in those 10 years, I was very well connected with the industry. And then I took a very interesting, a very tough call, but I just wanted to take up that challenge. And that's where I feel like today is also one of the dot getting connected. So pharma was never my subject. And I took a chance to plunge into pharmaceuticals, and I joined a Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council in 2008, if I recall correctly. And 12 years onwards, I have been involved with that. And just before the pandemic, I actually, like just 1 week before the lockdown, I moved on to this Services Export Promotion Council, where healthcare is also one of the subject area, but pharmaceutical being, a very core on the medicine side. And that's where like I did a lot of, gather insight about the healthcare sector, a lot of knowledge. In fact, I did my PhD in, institutional framework to promote exports, and moved on to this particular sector where it is not healthcare only. There are about 14 sectors which we take care. Lots of challenge, but again, why I mention this is because I see a lot of students over here, and sometimes, we get bogged down in certain area, and we don't see where the opportunities lies in diversifying your core knowledge also. Here, the core, my journey from ITPO to this particular sector, if you see the entire core has been just one: international business, MIS, all these things. And that has been the core. And the others, the sectors have been different. As I mentioned, I was attending to a webinar on legal services. Now here I am back on healthcare and informatics. So that's the challenge of which I feel every one of you should take. One more point which often I remember, and that has been the guiding force. Long time back, we were doing one program on innovation when I was in CII, long way back in 2005 or 6. And innovation was the catchword, the phrase going around at that time. Of course, we have moved a long way. There we got one presentation from Untitled Watches. Their CEO was there. And at that time, they had that thinnest watch. If you would have seen old advertisements, you can find that. It's there. Now, there was a lot of challenges. So he mentioned about, the challenge was not to make the dial thin, the watch thin, but the strap also very thin, and those are the challenges. At the same time, he used a word that when two worlds collides, innovation happens. And what they showed is the Raga collection and various other collection. If you now go there in the market and you'll find that, just imagine, sir is from army background. So you'll just imagine World War II planes. In many movies you'll see, and the planes, war planes were going, and then you make a circle. That appearance was actually posted on the dial of the watches. That's the innovation, that's the creativity. So likewise, Raga and various other series happened. And this is what is true for all the sectors. This is why, there could be areas that may seem quite unrelated to each other, but they may actually converge on something. And I believe health informatics is one such area where you have technology, AI, and so many, new areas coming up to augment what? Healthcare management. And that's where I believe health informatics comes to the fore. I don't have enough knowledge on this. And my sole purpose of coming over here and spend some time was to understand from all of you, from the distinguished panelists and guests which have been invited. I would like to thank especially Major General A.K. Singh for calling me, and somehow I made it a point that come what may, I need to be here. Thank you for inviting, and thanks to everyone to have the patience to listen to me for the next 10 or 15 minutes. I'll begin with, this is a bit about Trade Information and Facilitation Center, but it is more about the Services Export Promotion Council. This is a vision. We are there to promote exports of the service. I must tell you, like, there are about 28 services export promotion, 28 export promotion council, all taking care of various commodities like pharma, as I mentioned, engineering. Likewise, every subject wise, there are few boards and authorities, Coffee Board, Coir Board. They were all set up by the Ministry of Commerce. SEPC, relatively a very young organization, 2006 it was set up. This is our vision and mission, to promote exports. But it is not only, we need to integrate everything. You can't promote export in isolation. You have to understand the sector. You have to build the entire value chain. There comes export development, export promotion, enabling business environment. And some of the points are quite relevant to you over here as well. Very interestingly, like, it is very different from other exports. In merchandise, what happens? You manufacture a product and you send it across the border. In services, exports can happen in 4 ways. Now, this is very interesting and important. And for all of you, there is some relevance to it. That's why I put it across the slide. Mode 1, which is actually one of the area where all of you can seek opportunities for exporting the data. The health informatics services you can create. It is either through email, any online or electronic transfer can be giving the country forex earning. A lot of consulting happens in this particular mode, cross-border supply, which is a digital mode of export. Second mode is equally important. You would have heard about travelers coming to India. The government gains a lot of forex, medical value, tourism, people coming to India to take healthcare services there. Now, health informatics, as I understand, complements this entire management of healthcare. So any value addition in healthcare or health informatics services is actually going to build a better brand image for the country. So that's why this is very important. Third is also important. There are many, like, I have been to various countries, and most of them actually look for Indian hospitals as a permanent setup in that country. So doctors, nurses can go there, render their services, can come back. When they come back, going there for temporary services, that is mode 4, or when they go, they set up the unit over there, treat the patients, and they can employ the local doctors. But again, what remains there to be carrying forward from here is how you are managing your expertise on health informatics, because that is going to be the core in the entire management if you look at the future of healthcare services. So these are 4 modes, just for the sake of knowledge and some sense of relevance. And never forget what I mentioned. 2 world needs to collide. In brief, I won't, this particular slide talks about the services as a council, what we are supposed to do. And many of you can find some of the meeting points here, like trade intelligence, market information, for example. I'll show some of the slides. It is, trade information, market analysis, all those things. If anyone is venturing out into exports, export development, there it is training, skilling, education, all those things comes up. Export promotion is actually more visible part of any export promotion council, where we take business delegations, we invite overseas players to, overseas business prospects to India, create a kind of platform for exchange of business prospects and opportunities. That's where, and last one, but very important, all the policy formulation, creating global business, enabling environment, facilitating. That's our role. When I'm here, actually, I'm looking forward to take up a lot of points from all of you. And when government is trying to frame foreign trade policy, when they are negotiating FDIs, when they are negotiating FTA, free trade agreements, where healthcare, fits in, what could be the enabling business environment to create more opportunities, not only in terms of the actual, the services rendered, but job creation. That's where our role becomes very important. So these are the four areas where we are rendering our services. Each has been explained. I'll skip this. Just for the sake of knowledge, on the other side, you'll find on the extreme left, those are the services which we cover. In 2018, Ministry of Commerce, through a cabinet decision, identified champion services sector. There they have identified 12. Healthcare is also one of them. So the idea is that healthcare is very much in the focus. And very recently, 2-3 developments has happened. More on the healthcare insurance, that is one. National Digital Health Mission is also one. And that's where I feel a lot of opportunities for institutes like this, for students in health informatics actually comes up. There is a portal also on healthcare, on health informatics. Again, like MAI is a scheme by the Ministry of Commerce where we provide some incentives. Now, those incentives are broadly highlighted over here. As you can see, their support to micro and small enterprises. When we take delegations abroad, that is supported partially by Ministry of Commerce. Then you have brand building exercise. I don't know whether you would have heard, but it's very common, and more so during this pandemic and lockdown. Wherever PM was talking about India's pharma and vaccines, he was referring to one word called India is pharmacy of the world. Okay, that is the brand building. And I'm actually very proud to say and share that, this phrase was coined in 2011, but for the first time, it was actually formally launched in Japan in 2012. In 2011, CEPA was signed. That is Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which Japan was signed. Their healthcare was also one of the area besides generic medicines. So then we thought, and a lot of issues happened in the international market, where India's brand image in terms of not only pharma, but many other things was taking a beating. And that's why we need to be very conscious of our brand image in health informatics as well, because there is already a talk of privacy rights and other things, IPs. So that becomes very important to take care. And that's why I wanted to mention this. We started with that branding, and now it's a global brand. In healthcare also, we are trying to talk about Advantage Healthcare as a brand, and maybe India Heals also as another brand. We would like to add something on health informatics over there as well. Just to give an idea, when we talk about the service, and this is for students mainly, where your opportunities lies. Globally, you can see 2019 data. Unfortunately, in services exports, we don't have enough data. But the kind of market you have, 6.1 trillion. All these kinds of services. Okay. Now, when we look at the healthcare, India is actually one of the prominent exporter. Now, this is the market for healthcare industry. The previous slide talked about the exports of the services. The global market size, you can think it's here, 8.45 trillion. US, of course, being the prominent. And I believe like there is something on the Internet of Things also, which is a part of your entire digitization and the kind of opportunity the market. The idea to share is that look at the goals you can set for yourself. It may appear to be like, you're just a small, tiny speck of dot, in the entire universe, as we say, when we talk about, the entire planetary system. Here also, there is immense scope to grow. That's the market size. So this was the reason why I thought to put it here. And this is the health market size of India, valued at 17.62 trillion, of course, in INR, which is slated to increase. And it's growing at close to 30%. So health informatics definitely has enough space, enough opportunity to grow. So this is what I thought to share, and look forward to hear more on the health informatics. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Abhay Sahib, you're not left. You got to stay there. I'm sure lots of people have lots of questions. I think being in the chair for moderation, it gives me the first chance to ask you. And since I've been a professor too long, thinking of the students, my question to you, sir, is do you promote any opportunities for research in sizing the market of technology that India sells abroad, whether as service through consulting, whether service as doctors going and delivering care? Do you have that broken down, or can you give it as a project for the students to put the data together for you?
Thank you so much for asking this question. And, it's very important. I didn't mention, like when we talk about all the services, research and development is also one of the area where we cater. That's one answering. There are already certain, elements of support from the Ministry of Commerce on R&D services, which can be, which can be availed through a CPC. But of course, as I mentioned, we are a young organization. Unfortunately, awareness was also not there. So even if R&D was there, but many of the sectors, they availed. I can mention examples like, say, for example, the one who makes automobiles, Mercedes. They have Rolls-Royce. They have offices in India, and they have claimed services export incentive scheme benefits for research and development in India. Unfortunately, healthcare sector has not availed that. So that is definitely there. We are trying to, the projects can be given to your students to understand. For doctors, in fact, they can render the services, but we need to create some suitable model. Research in what way? Right now, the government is also thinking to incentivize. So if it is creating job, if it is going to create more export opportunities, and definitely brand image, definitely government is there, and we can be one of the enablers.
So Abhishek, you got to start planning ideas, get the MHA students, and this whole collaborative with Dean, Tony Raj, Sandeep, Harshal More, Dr. Rashmi. This is where we want us to take your students to a practical way of going forward. Research on this applied dimension is often ignored because it is not seen as sexy clinical research, but it is much more powerful, much more thing. And the sexy clinical research, I must share with you, has moved from the universities to the industry.
Exactly.
So it's time you pick up the one that's available before others pick it up.
It's very important to.
Oh. Yeah. I saw somebody.
No,
I
please.
to make fun of him.
Yes.
But you are welcome, sir. It's still yours.
One point I would like to mention, very recently in the budget announcement, there has been a task force created on AVCG, audiovisual, cartoon, and gaming. And gaming is very much in focus.
Right.
I believe health informatics has that potential. The kind of attention gaming is getting, health informatics also should get. And
shall I share something with you,
please,
sir?
Please.
Health informatics was mentioned in the 1984 5-year plan. Aaj tak nahi hua, Shriman.
Oh, that's the collective bargain sometimes becomes a process. And when I'm here, and when your team
That's
can
why
also,
I want them to put you on the hot seat.
I'll just give one example, as you mentioned. In fact, sometimes certain things which are meant for entirely different purpose. And I'm quoting this very recently. I believe you all would be aware that there is, and in fact, in the next 2 days, it is getting concluded. India Pavilion at World Expo Dubai. It's happening. Healthcare Week was also there. And I was there as a part of the Healthcare Week and education. No, I could not go as a part of Healthcare Week because of COVID, last time, January, I just could not go. Okay, I just recently went for the education week. Now there was a interesting pavilion, Dubai Care. Now in that pavilion, they were actually talking about, it was a virtual reality. And if any one of you would have gone to Universal Studio or experienced 4D kind of technology, where you actually experience, I had been to Universal Studio where we went to Transformers, they were fighting a war. We became a part of their, virtual war. And when we came out, it was all heat, rain and everything you could experience. It was almost a similar kind 3-minute experience in Dubai Care. I went for human anatomy. Of course, as I mentioned, I'm not at all related to medical sciences, but I just thought to understand. And the second was, of course, relating to, star system. The first one, the moment I had my, AR glasses, VR glasses, a model appeared, and it was a bust of a person. It was there, and you could see the muscles and everything. And I was asked to hold an imaginary dumbbell. I picked it up, and then the moment I flexed my muscles, I could see over there which are the muscles actually getting activated. And that's where I feel health informatics, these are data. These are the data. If I can see my muscles flexing and some data gets recorded, that is how you make various predictions. You make MIS on health informatics. The idea is stuck over there. And in fact, I have seen it, and there is in Karnataka, there is a center of excellence. Everyone should actually visit that. It is on AVCG again. 200 camera were there in a dome, just like in a planetarium when you go there. And 200 cameras were monitoring your every movement. So what they did, anyone can stand on the platform within 1 second. That's the timeline. Within 1 second, in health informatics, I believe the data speed is very critical. Within 1 second, you get created, your reincarnation or your avatar gets created. And then it can actually be, cartoons and other things, it can be transformed. Then I was led to a room. I asked actually 2-3 questions on, relating to a sports actually, like how do you sort out the deficiencies? I was led to a room of this size, very intelligent camera, which I had never seen. I was told that, Avatar movie was actually shot in a space like this. I was wonderstruck. And there they mentioned to me that, if they put the sensors on your body, every data can be tracked. So when we talk about, why I'm saying this, when we talk about, physiotherapy, for example, it's not about just, somebody coming and giving that therapy or making your arms and feet move. A lot of data analysis can happen. So those are the technologies which should be, and I believe in health informatics also, those are the areas where government will be very keen to support.
Thank you. Lots of opportunity, lots of
Oh,
questions will come.
one
Just
question.
a second, sir. First, students, क्या करेंगे आप? You play games? खेलते हो?
Okay.
Think and come back with a point of how you can use it in your work. Okay. Yes, General sir.
The entire international workshop on health informatics is on curriculum development.
Yeah.
It is basically think globally, act locally. Now, I was asked by a lady sitting behind, is your syllabus recognized to be exported outside? Now, who does that? In the sense that my boys are trained and I want to send them to, say, USA or something. Could you help us, or we have to go through some process? It's an export of service.
Exactly, yeah. No, it's a very interesting question and important one also, and that's where we are struggling. You see, when we look at the entire education system, and as I understand, like, of course, this is a part of the curriculum exercise which you're doing, this particular workshop. And I was thinking about it also. When we look at the students outgoing students from India, it's, immense, quite a large number. But we just attract quite a few, 50,000 or something from overseas. New education policy by Minister of Education has also taken shape and it has been announced. So there we are talking about internationalization of Indian education. But then comes the question of credibility, the quality, and all those things. So it's a very long value chain that we have to traverse. It's very difficult right now, actually, to bring in overseas students or sell your education outside. Because if you're able to sell your education outside, not only sending the students, that is one part for the job, but selling your education so that international students should also come to India, and that will have a cascading effect that will propel your brand image. It's a very, very difficult challenge ahead, but we are trying to find out some ways. One is to create various models. Say, for example, if you create Center of Excellence over here, I mentioned about Karnataka State, AVGC Center of Excellence, for short-term courses. Actually, you can bring in students, and you can also engage with overseas universities for short-term collaborative courses. That can be few ways, one of the few ways forward, as I feel right.
We do have collaboration with Denmark University, and pediatric residents do come here to take their courses. So we are already on that job. The university is there. So
there I would like to add something here. It's very interesting. That's where that knowledge is not with promoters like us. I understand a lot of universities are actually, doing that at their level. But when we talk about India as a whole, that information, unfortunately, is not with us. And blame is not on the industry or on the institution. It is, we are also, we also need to share that, because we have never moved ahead and gone, gone ahead with, interactions. Of course, 2 years down the line, we could not do anything. But now I believe it's late, but better than never.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Any questions?
I have one
Yeah,
question,
please.
sir. Thank you for bringing up about the concept about gamification and everything. I'm from St. John's. My name is Dr. Tinakar. I have experience in the e-learning platform and developing content for the lay people. Of late, what we have realized is many of the learning content itself.
If you can speak a bit
Of
louder.
late, what we have realized is most of the learning content also needs imaging to have kind of in-depth involvement of the people, students, especially students or the lay people, to get involved in that, instead of just keeping a texture, to have images, to have interactive stuff in that, to keep the interest going. The other things that we realized is many of the research projects that we do also, to have people involved in that, we have more interactive stuff built into it. And of late, now that you brought up saying that Prime Minister Modi also had mentioned about ABCG, and then India has to play a major role into it, so that we also have a better part of the pie in the global arena. Can you give us some more ideas as to what exactly he would have meant and how we can actually be a part of it?
Mission on digital health.
No, the AVCG part.
AVCG, you see, they're creating a task force, and the task force has been created just for the purpose what Major General just mentioned. One of them is the challenges what lies ahead. Are we able to globalize? That's one. Are we able to develop enough competence to be a global player? That center, for example, is one of the best in Asia. Nowhere they have 200 cameras and those kind of setup, but nobody outside knows it. So the task force is a pool of people from various sectors drawn in, and they will guide that particular sector. Minister of Education is taking the lead. A lot of areas is overlapping with different ministries, like say, for example, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, because image making, imaging is very important aspect of audiovisual technology. I sat for a while in, I believe everyone knows, Technicolor. Technicolor is a studio, and there I was just sitting, and that they had that movie Lion King, and there was a poster of a little cub, lion cub, and it was very real to me. If only the other person would not have told me that it is the image which has been created indoors. even the furs and everything. He also mentioned something that, they, for that movie, that entire movie was shot in the studio. Technicolor was a player. And for that, they created a country of the size of Bangladesh. This was his word. So now people like those are actually in the task force. So here also we need to pull in. It's not only students, it's the professors, teachers, experts in the field, and they all can galvanize. Because a lot on health informatics borders on your knowledge on the software applications, development of the relevant softwares, and how you integrate AI and a lot of other things. Internet of Things is their machine language, all those things.
It's all imagination.
Yeah.
And I want to share with you what he shared in informatics. I was involved with my students and we developed what was called CPR training thing. Most people do not have a cardiopulmonary resuscitation need when they're sitting next to a doctor or they're in a hospital. Where does it happen? Anywhere but a doctor is. So the American Cardiac Association identified that as a big issue, with 45% of patients dying because relief was delayed. And why was relief delayed? That despite the fact people are trained, they don't get the opportunity to apply. What's the reason? Anybody? Any clinical man wants to tell me? Okay, I won't push them hard, but I'll tell you this. Most of them, when they fall and they're collapsed, they're vomiting, they're spitting, they're not looking very pretty. But nobody wants to give a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And that delay, that time delay is what causes. And whenever you give training, they all know that they got to do this. They got to blow, but they don't know when did they start? How long did it take to start? Which is left out of the curriculum because it was not possible to include it. But with my students, we developed this system. As a matter of fact, it was a VR system. It's a VR, AR, VR collaborative process. We created ability to say the person was standing in the line of a McDonald's and he falls. And how do we help them? The point is, this fellow might be drooling, not looking good, but all the things. What was most important? Now our trainees had this opportunity to be assessed for the time to interact. And with that, you gave a scale and you brought students all up the scale. Well, Hofstra is one small university. This kind of thing has to happen globally. But you see, you got ideas like that. They become very valuable. The fact that you have federal support, we had no support. It was, as a professor, I get a small grant from here, there. We collect money which we don't spend. Then you put it under this. Because we need a lot of technology for that. So think about it. This collaborative can put it together and get to Dr. Sinha and bang on his door till he gives him money. And with that, I'll say thanks to all of you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you once
much,
again.
Abhay,
Thank
for
you.
coming.
This is another dimension to your curriculum development. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhay. It was wonderful. भाई जनरल साहब ने भोजन प्रस्तुत कर दिया, आप खाने चलिए. And what I'm going to request all of you is be back by 2:15. And after you had santush bhojan, don't go to sleep because we are still going to have you be the interactive principles. It'll be more interaction. Are we going, sir? I know, sir, can't do that. Fine, go. Thank you. Sorry, he's an old bald man like you, so I gotta take it up. But he's giving it to the lady. No, Tanga is not allowed to join. Tanga, you come here and sit down. You are technical. You are one of the coordinators of this session. We'll sit in that last chair.
Only camera.
Who are the other two coordinators for the discussion session? We have squished the discussion sessions together. We had all the narratives earlier. But the last session today will be, what is it we need in India? And I would like you all to think about it. Think about these people. They are the only reason I've come to India. समझे सुने? क्या कहा मैंने? बोलो बोलो, जोर से कहो. अबे जोर से बोलो यार, कोई नहीं सुन पा रहा तुम्हें. What is yes, sir? Yeah, say that in Hindi or English, no problems. बोलो जरूर. ये वार्तालाप सब आप ही के लिए है. ये आपकी महफिल है और आप ही से सजी है. कैसे लगा? अच्छा लगा? बाकी किधर है तुम्हारे शिक्षक? वो लोग बदमाश लोग हैं. वो दो पार्क लेफ्ट साइड पे बैठे ना पीछे, उनसे बात नहीं करते हम. आ जाओ बेटा सब लोग नीचे. गेम्स खेल रहे हो पीछे पीछे बैठ के. देखो तुम लोग बहुत लकी हो. तुम्हें जनरल साहब प्रोफेसर मिले. मैं मिला होता तो बहुत रोते तुम. सबकी चाल सीधी कर देता. वो जनरल साहब थे ना, मैं सिपाही आदमी हूँ. मजाक उड़ाना तेरा मेरा हक बनता है. और वो यार ये शरीफ आदमी, उसकी बात कर रहा हूं मैं. अबे तू फील्ड ही फील्ड है. मार्शल कब बनेगा पता नहीं. तेरे जैसे घणो चोखो है तू. समझे? राजस्थानी में बोलते हैं तो घणो चोखो है. भैया मैंने क्या कहा? घणो चोखो में कौन बताएगा? मतलब सबसे अच्छा है. सुना तूने अश्विनी? तेरे को किसी ने ट्रांसलेट कर दिया तेरे वास्ते. जब मैंने कहा घणो चोखो बोला तो मारवाड़ी में आ गया मैं तेरे साथ. श्रीमान, बाकी कोई बाहर तो नहीं रह गया यार? देख के बताओ. ज्योति जी कहाँ चली गई? घर हाजिर है. बोल दो. ज्योति जी आप इधर क्यों नहीं आई? Your session is as a coordinator started half an hour ago. Where were you?
Like COVID virus, if you are evolving.
No. Don't talk about such bad things, my friend.
That topic is banned. That topic is banned.
So while the people are assembling, I'm going to go from there. Oi, Pape, stand up. Tell me, what are you studying? Where are you from? Just the way we want to know our students. Please, go ahead.
हमारे यहाँ मातृभाषा का उपयोग लागू है,
इजाजत है, ये लागू नहीं करेंगे। हाँ, वर्जित है,
वर्जित नहीं,
बोलो, they should know what kind of students you are, what do you do, and where it is. Come on, you got it 60 seconds. Go ahead.
They wanted you to cover that.
Yeah.
I am from Gangapur city.
Where are you from?
Gangapur city.
Gangapur. Very good.
And I pursuing BSc Health Informatics final year.
Final year. So he is ready to be an intern for somebody. Pass the thing to the next man. Good job. What you want to do is, you have to have your resume ready and start talking to people here.
My name is Manish Pangal. I belong to Dholpur, currently staying in Jaipur. I have done my schooling from SBM Senior Secondary School, Dholpur. Currently, I am pursuing my bachelor degree in Hospital and Health Information Administration from Mahatma Gandhi University of Medical Science Technology. I am in third year, and my hobbies is playing cricket, and that's all.
Good. He plays cricket. Good strong voice. Good strong voice. Good strong voice. Dekha, as a senior administrator and a team, he recognizes you are communicating with great value.
My name is Giriraj Meena. I am from Jaipur. I did my senior secondary Vivek Saraswati Senior Secondary School, Kotkauda. I am pursuing my bachelor degree BSc Hospital and Health Information Administration, Jaipur. My hobby are listening to music, read book.
Can I hold Rajasthani music? What's the music?
Rajasthani.
Rajasthani. तो आज आप गाना रिकॉर्ड करके कल सुबह दे देना, सबको सुनाएंगे। बहुत आने वाला है। Done. I need a third person here. That's the clinical person.
Gera sir.
Gera was not this people. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Divyansh Jain. I am from Tonk. I did my 12th from Swami Keswanand Senior Second Shikshan Sansthan, Sikar Badadar. My hobbies are singing, reading, and listening songs. I am doing health informatics from MGMST, MGIH. I am final year student.
Yes. Wazir ma'am, आपका brother-in-law किससे है क्या? हाँ, रनी. ओए अशोक को खड़ दिया. Come here. No, ma'am, they've been squished. I told you before. इतना नहीं है तू राजा.
I was supposed to be yesterday at 4 o'clock. आप भूल गए थे.
Oh, because we squished away the joint session, the group session. Now, now Bharat Gera can also join here.
Sir, Dean Rashmi.
Dean Rashmi.
They are together in the next session. If you switch them.
Yeah, come on, man. आप भी आ जाए. Yeah, you can come, and I will give my chair away to Mr. Bharat Gera.
You're part of my
Get the back. Hey,
They
Ashok.
are the another panel. These two panels are
Gera, सामान रखा खड़ा.
we will focus on senior management expectation.
If he sleeps, I got a bottle of water.
शाम को पानी जो है वो खाली है, खाली है.
It will be there because it's all together.
So we are going to have this session talking about skills that the workforce needs. And when we're talking of skilled and workforce needs, each of these moderators will fill the question and ask it of the audience. I'm going to ask you all to make it pertinent to your vision and where you think things can change. Thank you. अब देखो भाई आरामा बोतल है फेंक के मारूंगा तो So, everybody ready with your thoughts? What do we know? What do we really know about workforce needs? The point of it all is technology being put in place is one thing. The objective of any government in their promise is to bring digital mission and digital access to you. The delivery is done by whom? Not by the technology. And that's the key part I'd like to think about. And as we go forward, plan it in a way that we really think and talk more intelligently when we converse tomorrow on the curricula. Because I will give you all a framework, and that framework will allow you to think of courses as basic courses and advanced courses, and you can build tracks. So the tracks makes it very important that you think, do we need more radiology information systems people or not? Dr. What's his name? Bill Mahajan's father, Hirsch Mahajan, will talk to us around 11 o'clock tomorrow. And Dr. Mahajan runs the Mahajan Imaging Services. But tomorrow morning, we will be given the green light of all this effort being of value by General Bipin Puri. Bipin Puri is the Vice Chancellor of King George's University of Medical Science, and that's in Lucknow. He has this wonderful team. You saw the lady yesterday who gave us the most important topic to think about: employability. He introduced that word very strongly for us, and I would like her to continue thinking in that terms. And of course, my good friend Sandeep Babu Hadurawan. So we have that going. I would like to begin with Ashoko Khandia. I don't want you all to do, but share your area of interest and jump straight in with asking, how about people like this? Because we are today talking about skills and workforce. But we've been talking all day for.
Do you want, how long do I have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
2 minutes.
Right. So my name is Ashok Khandiar. I trained in AFMC for my medical degree, and then I got interested in some hematological patients, and made my way to UK to learn and practice hematology. I lived there for about, I still live there, but I've been working there for about 40 years. And when I retired, then my brother and I were talking about business ideas. We have been brainstorming each other for a very long time. So he asked me to jump in and take care of his international operation. And that's why I'm wearing this Mlogica shirt. That's my other hat now. And so, yeah. Now about, so this is about being employable. So you learn skills, you learn things, and you make tracks. And I was talking to some of the students, and I gave the example of the farmer. Okay. And I was giving the example of the to the farmer, कि वो हल चलाता है तो ट्रैक बनता है तभी उसमें आप कुछ काम कर सकते हो, ऐसे अदरवाइज जमीन बंजर हो जाती है जमीन। तो उसी तरह से आपको अपने दिमाग में और अपने करियर में हल चलाना है और पानी डालना है और खेती करनी है। And I think that's where I should stop.
Good, but you got to have a question for the audience to think about.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, so my question is on 2 points. One is we have healthcare informatics students, and we have 200. There are about 25 of them, and there are 250 medical students in each year of this medical college, which is more than double what we had in AFMC. Even now, I mean, we have only 125. Do you have any interaction with the medical students? And if you don't, why not? And do the medical students have any interaction with the IT? I know everybody can use computers, but I think there need to be a formal recognition, and there need to be that you understand what they are working for and they need to understand how you can be of help to them. And is this symbiosis is very important. That's my feeling.
It's a wonderful question, and the question goes to the General Ashok Singh. General साहब को mic दो भैया। मैं आपका mic आप लोग इधर ही रखिए। General Ashok Singh, while he is in charge of medical informatics, will give us the first part of the answer. Then we have Ma'am, who is the medical superintendent of the hospital, and we would like her thoughts. How do you bring these two groups of students together?
Okay. Ashok, there's no interaction between the medical college and us presently.
Okay.
Reason being very simple. थोड़ा सा language barrier है.
Okay.
And then we are basically looking at establishing our college. Now, over these 2 years, people have started coming to know that we have got a health informatics institute here.
Right.
So another 6 months down the line, they'll be interacting with them. My interaction with the people is that the NMC has introduced an IT course. So my faculty goes and takes basics for computer based. And that is basically for the first year students. That's it. That's the interaction.
Sure.
So it's only a first year student course to be presented. Ma'am, as the superior person who runs the hospital operations, all the data comes from them. So आप इन लोगों से कैसे मुठभेड़ करेंगे?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say in India or in Rajasthan, I can say it's a very less public who and doctors, even our students who are aware about this, and no one wants to work with the informatics. I think this is the first department in Rajasthan also, which AK sir has introduced, and now first time in our hospital also, sir has sent a few students to us for training session, and we have trained them. We don't have any EMR system till now in our hospital. So it's very difficult till today, I can say, to interact with all the students, with the doctors, and with everyone. And after COVID only, now people little bit, they are like, they want to enhance their knowledge. They want to go for the informatics, but otherwise there is no interaction as such. It's very difficult for us. And to collect data even.
Actually, you are sitting next to the gentleman who has the data for the state.
But
CBHI. But that is where you can, as a superintendent, request, and he will grant it.
This is my humble request that we can do this. It will be favor for us also.
Good.
I just want to add one thing.
Add allowed me.
एक second, sir. So I just want this silo mentality. This needs to change. We need to move away from there, and we need to, cooperate, collaborate across all the fields. Yeah, exactly.
So no longer silos, because we are in that new world.
Yeah.
A flat world. Yeah.
So
So I have been into education. बच्चों आपके जैसे बच्चे हमारे भी हैं वहाँ पे health informatics MSc कर रहे हैं, bachelors कर रहे हैं. So one advantage हमारे वहाँ advantage ये है कि there is interaction amongst all the other students, medical students है, engineering students है, हमारे students हैं. तो वो interaction और काफी सारा कुछ innovations जब करते हैं उन लोग साथ मिलके करते हैं. तो उस वजह से उनको थोड़ा सा बाकी लोगों को भी वो एक अवेयरनेस है कि हेल्थ इंफॉर्मेटिक्स इज समथिंग एंड EMR के बारे में पता है. मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स डायरेक्टली उनको शायद कोर्सेस में नहीं होता होगा, बट सर्वेस हमारे स्टूडेंट्स उनके साथ सर्वेस करते हैं. आप लोग जैसे व्हेन यू गो टू टेक अ केस, हाउ इज इट दैट यू टेक, एंड यू नो हाउ व्हेन यू आर यूजिंग एन EMR, हाउ इजी इट इज टू यूज, वो यूजेबिलिटी एक्सेप्टेंस टेस्ट, वो सब छोटा छोटा स्टडीज उन लोग करते हैं. तो दैट इज हाउ दे इंटरेक्ट एंड दे कम टू नो व्हाट हैपेंस अमंगस्ट देमसेल्व्स. एंड हॉस्पिटल में पोस्टिंग्स होती है. दैट वे यूनिवर्सिटी हैज बीन वेरी सपोर्टिव. प्रोग्राम्स जब हम शुरू कर रहे हैं तो दे फुली सपोर्ट अस, दैट दे इंटरेक्ट एट ऑल लेवल्स. एंड क्योंकि साथ में और जो मेडिकल कॉलेज के फैकल्टी है वो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए क्लासेस एनाटॉमी फिजियोलॉजी वगैरह सब उन लोग लेते हैं, तो उन्हें पता रहता है कि ठीक है हमें तो एनाटॉमी ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है जितना हमें चाहिए जस्ट फॉर द डेटा, just how to do the data, how to analyze, how to use, you know, when you see a medical record, even if it is an EMR or a paper based medical record, कैसे वो assess करना चाहिए, क्या हमें चाहिए, ये सब importance. और and probably when you came to this, ये आप जब course करने जब आए हो, I think most often what happens is that probably they don't realize that why have they come for that. I think that is something which we need to initiate as faculty and as institutions. Ki, why have you come here? What is it that, and how we can reinforce. And I was also talking to I forgot your name, Manvi, and yeah. So I was talking to them. They were having a good idea as to you know, bringing in that change even in the school levels, that you have these kind of professions which are very you know, very much coming into vogue now. It's not anymore the you know, the time when only medicine or only engineering was important. You have these professions which are very much the core and very much the requirement now. So you need to have these budding professionals have an understanding about it and then come forward and take it up. And we have many students who have joined the program, the bachelor's program, who said a no to medicine and engineering. Not that they wouldn't have got it, but they had made a you know, choice, an informed choice of joining these programs. So that was a strength also. You know, coming to this program, joining us, and when we have these students joining our program, that is the next level. And many master students are from the medicine and the dental background. So that gave a lot of, you know, possibility to think in terms of moving ahead. And that way university was very supportive. And we do have a connect with a lot of other professionals also. We work, sir has always come there, Tanga Prabhu sir had come there. We organize workshops, seminars and all that. And I have told A.K. Singh sir also, maybe we should plan some sessions next time, maybe, you know, faculty development programs, students can interact, because probably one of the few institutes, yours and ours and few other institutes where we have these programs. So I think this is important that we all meet regularly, interact, and then take it forward. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, perfect. And what is important is she's a Mallu and she spoke to you all in Hindi.
Excellent.
तुम लोग कौन मलयालम में बात करने तैयार है? कोई भी नहीं. वो उधर एक मलयाली बैठा, मलयाली नहीं तमिलियन बैठा, मलयालम में बोलना चाहता है. But it is important to start seeing things the way they are. Okay?
Because I
You should
see
appreciate.
that they are looking at me and smiling. Otherwise, probably they wouldn't have.
No, वो तो मेरे को भी स्माइल नहीं देते हैं आजकल, क्या बोलते हैं. चलिए भारत साहब,
Yeah,
गहराई में पढ़िए.
thank you, Dr. Maindu. So I've been associated with healthcare for about 2 decades now. I've been a CIO at 3 hospitals: Ramesh Hospitals, Vijayawada, St. John's with Dr. Tony, and with KIMS Hyderabad recently. Sticking to this topic of senior management expectations from health informatics workforce, I would say, let me start with the senior management expectations from health informatics first. And the answer is the expectations are very, very high. They're sky high right now. All the senior management wants to see dashboards of their operations. All the senior management want to improve the patient experience. As the Anderson Horowitz, which is a leading venture capital firm, has come out with this statement, software is going to eat healthcare. One of the things that people are expecting is that software that is used for ordering food like Swiggy or Ola Cab, that kind of applications need to come to healthcare. So now they are asking for this overnight, and there is no way to deliver all this overnight. There's a lot of groundwork to be done in each area, where all the processes have to be very minutely studied and brought up to the standards, whether it is the front office operations or the clinical operations or the back-end insurance-related applications. हर जगह बहुत काम है और उसके लिए बहुत लोगों की ज़रूरत है, और ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ स्ट्रैटेजी लेवल काम है, मैं स्ट्रैटेजी बना दूंगा और काम हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा. हर एक चीज़ के लिए एक स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए उसकी डेप्थ में जाना पड़ता है, तो उसके लिए बहुत लोग चाहिए. And that's why on Dr. Moidu's request, I came here because I wanted to contribute whatever little I can to invite you all to join this workforce, because we are really waiting for all you to come and join the ship and be on board. Thank you.
भविष्य की दावत मिली है गहरा साहब से. भारत has given you the information of expectation of what? Apps. तो अगर आप ये apps की दुनिया सोचे, what was the difference between the old systems and the future? Old system ये था कि आप एक जगह entry में जाएंगे and everything was in that small connected network. Today with apps, it goes from one platform to the other to the other. So we are all going to be living in an app eco environment. There will be lots of apps. Some will have your information with your permission, some will have your information without your permission. And it's going to be very scary, very dangerous. Things are going to percolate and affect people in many ways. So understanding and working through it is up to you. Jyoti ji, aap bataiye.
Yeah, so I will take two problem statements that just came up from Dr. A.K. Singh and Madam here. One was the doctors don't interact with the informatics people, and second is there is no EMR. So while we are not getting into policy discussions and how that can be, one simple way by which the students can learn is, can they get the handwritten notes of the doctors and enter it in a structured format within open source platforms like OpenEMR? Is that a possibility? So what happens in that is they learn the medical vocabulary or the medical jargon, because the students of informatics don't need to know the pathology of a disease. But I'm sure if we give two students to write the spelling of medical myocardial infarction, I'm sure there will be a spelling mistake between two, at least there will be two students who will write the spelling incorrectly. So we get that jargon, and then from there we teach them how to, code them at the back end with standard terminologies, tell them the difference between structured and unstructured data. And some of the basic skills that they would probably be working on playing around with data is simple Excel. I mean, how many of them would know how to put a VLOOKUP or a simple if formula? These are things that anybody can learn, and these are very useful at doing the basic level jobs. And I think this can get started without having the doctor connect, as well as without having an EMR. Putting it in an EMR, open EMR, host it in your servers, and let every student have their own account and do that exercise as a small project.
That's a very good suggestion. I really think she makes it look very practical, but she also gives me an idea. And the idea is very simple. We have ma'am here, we have the professor of informatics. Go together and talk to the principal that we need to start somewhere. Don't do the whole hospital, start one department. Let's take the department with the least pressure. Or most, yeah, perfect. Perfect the process, then perfect the process, Yes, sir.
Rajveer, you want to speak first?
Who?
Rajveer wanted to say something.
Rajiv, hold it up. Bhai, इनको mic दो.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, thank you very much. Very kind of Jen Leke and my friend Goel here, Kola, as we call him, to call me, he come and share some ideas. I'll give you a little background of myself and a few thoughts which I have and what all our eminent panelists are just saying. My introduction to medical informatics came as a little bit of an accident. When I got into hardcore computers, with this being an armed forces oddity, where we couldn't get into clinical thing for being abroad. So then we got into, and Jen Leke was the one who sent me to get trained into the days of mainframe computing. That's the day we learned down to assembly language computing and learned the basics of it from there. And then, of course, I got into hospital administration and been around. So my interest is there, and I've handled a couple of automation projects of large hospitals. This is some time back now. This was the early days, 2000, where we automated the Naval Hospital at Colaba, Ashwini, 900-bedded hospital, early days with the help of Tata Infotech. So I just want to give a few ideas, because what I can gather right now is some question of who are these people? Why are they in my hospital? What can you do for me? That's what the doctor is going to ask you. I'm a doctor, therefore, how we develop those interfaces, as little knowledge just came back. Number one, he must make the doctor's life easier, not tougher.
Yes.
First starting paradigm is doctors have no time. They're so busy, especially in big government hospitals. You give him something else to do, he's going to hate it on your face. He said, "ये काम तो नहीं हो रहा, तूने ये एक और मेरे सिर पे लगा दिया." So first design thing they should understand is make his life easier, not more difficult. How he's going to do that, that's up to us. So then the doctor gets interested. How can he make his life easier? I would suggest they should also be into biostatistics. They should be enabling for medical research, which is part of medical informatics. They should be able to show the doctor that, boss, what you're doing here, na, ye main karta hu tumhari. Acha, tum karta hai? To bata. Then you hook the doctor. Unless and until you hook the clinical practitioner, all this is going to remain in theory. The doctor is there for the patient and everything revolves around the doctor and the patient. Everybody else, all of us are supporting him. Unless and until we are very clear in our minds that we're going to make his life easier and convince him that he's going to get a better outcome with the use of medical informatics, that's the day your success is going to shine. So that is what I found when I was helping Tata make those interfaces for our doctors. I'll tell you a very simple thing, very simple, how things can change. When a patient comes, we replicated the process. Doctor, what's the name? You should write it down. Acha, kya hai? You find BP, ye dekha, hypertension. Acha, I want these tests, blood, this, that. So the initial vision of Tata Infotech was, that time there was, Infotech was separate from TCS, they merged later. Right, okay, we'll have this interface with you. The second starting point in the armed forces was government, no manpower. I mean, this was not even open for discussion. Whatever you do, you're not going to get extra manpower. Doctor has to operate the system himself. So how they made the system in the best vision? Okay, you click, you search for the patient by his number, he comes and you write his whatever you want to write. A few things, make it simple. Close. Then I said, how are you going to investigations? The doctor wants to order 6 investigations. Okay. What they did, they opened a new screen for each investigation. You have to call the patient back again with his number, write blood. Okay, now I want XHS. Close it. Again, call him back on the screen for XHS and write it. I told him, look, I'm a clinician, I'll go mad. So then we got the doctors down and we made it the way you do it in paper. In one go, you write everything. So that's how the thing should behave. And then the doctor got a little convinced. Hi, boss, chalega. So this is the way I want to say ki, things like you got to make his life this thing and get involved with him in the beginning. So therefore, when they come in, well, I really agree with you, ma'am, that they can write little things of the electronic medical record. It's still not perfect. In some places they got it going, some places they've not got it going, some places just a sham. And the true vision of an electronic medical record as a real replication of the paper linked in all 24 up, down, left, right is still, I think, a little far away in most places. Maybe NHS may have done it, US may have done it. India, I've seen some institutions have done it, some have not. Some people are still struggling, armed forces still struggling after quarter of a century to get it going in the right way. We just mostly on basic demographic data, admission, discharge, aaj kitna hua, but the clinical part of the data where the power of computers comes into play and does analysis, artificial, this thing, you're writing a prescription online, it tells you 6 interactions with what you've already written earlier and suggests 3 more things behind. Perhaps these are the things you're writing, okay, Telma Sata and this was seeing his background history, the system has already given you 3 other alternative antihypertensives, which in this background will give you a better result as per the information databases available to the computer. That's the vision we got to have and tell the clinicians that's what these people are going to do for you. Then they'll be able to integrate. Otherwise, ma'am, is going to be a futile effort.
Okay.
That's my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajveer.
Thank you. This is a practical thought process that he shared. And I think, ma'am Rashmi, you can begin the story.
Sir, 1 minute.
No, Raja.
No, acha nahi, ruko. No ladai. Jyoti, you said something. Now, the MRD cell here was throwing away certain IPD files as per the policy. This was 2016 files. Now, I went up to them and told you, Bhaiya, this is Raddi for you. For me, it is Sona. So I've got 60,000 files, IPD files in my institute. We have put data of oncology, we have put data of neurology, we have got data of diabetes. And I want my boys to present today, with the permission of Dr. Khalid Moidu, that they are on Excel and they are done a beautiful job on dashboard through Excel. I don't have Tableau, I don't have Microsoft, anything, just for your information. So your point is well taken, but I'm already doing it. They are doing it. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you if you wanted to say there, but hold on, sir. Because what Rajveer brought out is something we all need to think about, because when we are trying to build a workforce and that workforce has to meet the demand of the industry, we must pay attention to that. And that's
really huge expectations. Other doctors, almost impossible to satisfy. Whatever you give them, they want the next thing. So you give them the most easy to use application, the mobile application, which I've delivered at my latest assignment. You could see your lab results online. You could see your your patient's vitals in real time. I've given it all in a mobile application, but no, it doesn't stop there. I want to see some, like you said, AI at work. Why don't you do the CDSS? So doctors have enormous expectations, and one of the biggest challenges for anybody working in this field is always going to be, how do you come out of that meeting with the doctor with a smiling face?
And it's not difficult, promise you. Sir, ask for a mic, please. We'd like to record your statement. We don't want you to.
It's a very pertinent and a very real problem that you projected just now, that you have problems as an app developer or a system developer, translating the doctor's expectations into a workable app that can go into your pocket. Yes, yes. You see, the thing is, there are not very many doctors who have knowledge of the domain that you represent. And there are not very many engineers, software developers who have the domain knowledge, what he represents or what I represent. So there are very few who have a smattering of knowledge of both. Okay. And those are the kind of people who you need to interact with, because he really doesn't know what you're going to offer to him tomorrow. He cannot predict the future, but when he sees that something good has come out, probably something more needs to be done and can be delivered by a person like you. So that is where, all that the step ladder thing happens. Your expectations keep going up.
I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Now, General Saab, we want to get back to our motion because the second part of the question that was that you had earlier raised about scanning documents and bringing sense is what I would like to talk about. Let's not go. Anybody here wants to answer that?
So there's Doctor, there's a joke on doctors.
Oh, there are lots of jokes. Yeah.
He said he wants urinary. So the computer chap went and made one field on urinary. So now urinary could mean 10 other different things. That's what doctors understand. Jai Mata Ji ki.
वो भाषा की बात है जनरल साहब वो भाषा की बात है yes Ashok go ahead but let's have
one
get
thing
back
I
to the
just
thing. Anybody here ready to take that anybody ready to take that
Dr. Tanga will take it.
What is the question?
okay if you don't know the question give it back to the lady she knows
Okay.
yes Ashok and then we
So
come
there's
here
one thing I'd like to take you on to is that is we are talking of interaction of theirs with the doctors. They have to have a strong IT support also with which they have to interact. So that when the doctor wants something, he says, oh, why don't you merge these two things together? They may not be able to do it, but they have to have the other IT support also. Only then the whole thing really works out very well.
good now I want to tell you all what doctors have just talked to you is expectations and meeting expectations. Okay. Now, when we generate a curriculum and we try to train people, we have to remind you that we cannot promise what we cannot deliver because trust is the key thing you achieve by meeting those expectations. You must recognize what can be done. Even if it can't be done, you should be their advocate. Remember, you as informatics professionals should be trained to be advocates to get that done and create that ability to have a discussion. You can't solve everything, but what you can do is start a conversation. So when we talked about communication, soft skills and hard skills, if you can get the communication right in the request, it can be done. Okay. You want to go ahead and talk about scanned documents, ma'am?
One second.
Please.
Look, I think, sir, as you meant, bridge between the doctors and the IT. So the programs, the curriculum should be such that they need to have a biostatistics, as he was mentioning. They need to have the quality component. And so what we have tried to build in is we have all these components in that. And recently, of every year we get these interns, our interns go out to the other hospitals and we make it a point to send them to other hospitals, not our hospital, because they get them trained there. And we have been, the Aster group asked us, please, madam, can you give me 10 interns? Because they were very impressed by the way our students could actually help them in their quality assessment, in their accreditation process and EMR implementation process, all that. So that's probably something we should be looking at the workforce, skilled in all that aspects.
Very important and very well said, ma'am. We would like you to put a small para on that to incorporate. Please go ahead. Dr. Tanga. Dr. Tanga is the CMIO of Apollo Hospital. सब अपने resume लाके कल इनके हाथ में दे देना.
Sure, sir. And still we won't be, we won't have enough people. This is the reality.
That is what I wanted to hear. I didn't prime him, but he gave the answer I want to tell you. Ma'am, आप भारत में हैं, आप विदेश ले जा रही हैं सबको. Where's the system? Where can I apply to you, ma'am? We will do that tomorrow. We will create a group of student activity. Actually, after you, Tanga, I'm going to ask Tony to talk about it. And then we will go to General Ashok Singh.
Sure.
एससी पारिक साहब आप बदल गए हो यार, बाल कुछ ज्यादा ही सफेद हो गए। अरे हमारी तरह ख्याल रखते अपना तो बात ही अलग थी। अबे हंस रहे हो तुम लोग मेरे पे? एससी, I really had a hard time recognizing you, man. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think a lot of friends in the audience. You guys, you want me to talk in Hindi or English? We did hear many of you speak very good English. So I'm assuming you are okay if we talk in English?
English.
Take. Okay. So as sir said, yes, I am the Chief Medical Informatics Officer for Apollo Group. I have 71 hospitals under me. 45 are the really big ones, which is 250, 300 bed onwards. I sit in Chennai. I met two of your classmates, Ashutosh and Deepak. I think these guys have been in Bangalore. They have experienced, what healthcare IT is in St. John's and in the other EMR company. So I welcome you people to come and join us in Apollo. I can enable you. I can, have you in, as part of my team. Sitting here and imagining things doesn't help. Sitting here and imagining things doesn't help. You want to see war, you have to go to the border, you have to see a few bullets flying. Then only you will understand, right? Till yesterday, I was in the middle of that war, and it's an unforgiving environment, I can tell you. No matter what you do, IT का problem है. Cardiac transplant unit में कुछ problem है, IT का problem है. पानी नहीं आ रहा coffee machine में, IT का problem है. I said, boss, there should be some end to this, man. You can't just pin everything on us.
डॉक्टर का मोबाइल कनेक्शन सर्विस नहीं कर रहा है, आपका प्रॉब्लम है.
So we are changing it. I am changing it, right? And I have very good colleagues who have joined in with me. I have a head of medical affairs who has come in, and we are standing up and saying, don't just pin everything on IT. IT is only a tool, right? You can't just blame IT for all your failures. The thinking is, I'll spend 5 crores now and all the problems in the hospital will vanish. No, it won't. It'll only, bring out all the cockroaches. It's like switching on the floodlights in a room which has been kept locked for, 5 years. You have to clean up the room before you switch on the IT systems. This is something which is very, very important. And somehow people always keep getting it wrong, right? They spend money, they get in the systems, and then all the ugly things start coming out, oh, really? That patient is waiting for 4 hours in the ER. We never knew that patients could wait that long. His appointment was at 4 o'clock and he was seen by the doctor at 11 o'clock. Are you joking in this hospital? It happens. So numbers don't lie. When you start experiencing that, this is what happens. So my background, I'm a practicing ER physician. I've not left medicine. I'm still a practicing doctor. And half my day I spend doing informatics work. The second half of my day, I do rounds in the Apollo main hospital ER, where I'm very proud of this. They say, if you have cancer, if you have a heart problem, if you have a road traffic accident, Apollo pona tapchikuvinga. Means go to Apollo, you will live. That is the reputation this hospital has built up. And I have seen it happen. I've seen it happen, right? In front of me, the EMT team brought one chap. You had arrested some 4 or 5 times in the house. There is this golden hour within which you have to take action when you have a cardiac problem. So the fellow was shocked in the house. He had runs of VT, he had arrhythmias. He was brought in the ambulance. By the way, all our ambulances are free across India. 1066 is free. And it is manned by nurses, qualified nurses, not technicians. Many of them are ACLS instructors. So they can give drugs, they can give shocks. Everything is done on the field. Emergency is decongested now because all the work is happening on the field. And once he came into the resuscitation, in front of me, he arrested 2 times. Doctors were just standing and guiding. Everything was done by these emergency medical technicians, right? So this is the kind of dynamic environment in which I'm working. And as sir said, not many successful cases are there. But now that I am the CMIO and I'm actually, running these things, I can very proudly tell you, Apollo was the one which brought corporate healthcare to India in 1983. right? That set a precedent where everybody else then followed. And Apollo continues to do that. And sir is very close to the promoters. And but the view is beautiful when you see it from inside. I had a meeting with the chairman, Dr. Pratap Reddy, and he told me this, right? You have data of our employees and their relatives. It's a lot of data. Take that data, use your artificial intelligence on it, predict cancer, predict cardiac disease, predict when this person is going to have a diabetes, right? So we are not in diagnose and treat. That station is gone. We are now in predict and prevent. And believe me, all the lifestyle diseases or the chronic diseases, the non-communicable diseases can be reversed. It's all about living a healthy lifestyle. And there is this new program with its own dedicated CEO called Pro Health. So it's all about finding the problem, putting an health coach on top of that, monitoring this guy. And now we are talking about genetics. As you know, genetics plays a major part in how diseases manifest, right? So this exists in India, in Chennai. And if anybody wants to visit, be my guest. I'm very proud to, actually walk you through what we do. What chairman actually started as a hospital came because he lost a 24-year-old young person to MI. He's a cardiac physician. He's a cardiologist, right? So he said, why should everybody go to the US? Why should everybody go to the Western countries? Why can't we have this facility here in India? This is the spark, right? And I'm sure each of you can, pick up a problem like that. And today we have Apollo Hospital. We have Proton. Proton is a massive 1,200 crore investment in Chennai. What is Proton? We break an atom of hydrogen, take the proton, spin it in a linear accelerator and hit the tissue. It is like laser. If you know radiotherapy actually harms a lot of other tissue. So it's very, very painful. And that's the limitation of radiotherapy. With proton, I can hit the optic chiasm, which is like a few millimeters. And it is really magic. So what I'm saying is, we have the potential, we have the capability, and sir is my mentor. He's the one who pulled me into informatics. He keeps saying, Tanga, you are in the research center in G. You are doing all these things for the world. You are doing all these things for the US. What have you done for your country? Right? They have not done anything. There are so many engineers working in Gurgaon, Pune, Hyderabad, Chennai. We are working for somebody else. But what are we doing for our own country? When I was coming, I was telling Ashutosh, don't go anywhere. Go and learn from everywhere. But own up your own town, your city, your village, because this is personal to you. Nobody else is going to come and solve the problems that you are having here, right? So you have to own it up. And today's ecosystem is such that you ask for help, you will get it. And you can make a true transformation here. So that is what I would request you guys. And coming to the topic, so I'm a practicing physician who actually went into informatics because I met him in one chat room and he convinced me to full-time, jump over to this side. No regrets. I'm really thankful to him because he's the one who then put me on to Ted Shortlife's textbook, which I hope all of you have read. If you have not, please get a copy and keep it. It's like the Bible of health informatics. Beautifully written, simple language. It talks technology, it talks medicine, because Ted himself is a doctor who became a technologist. Okay. So with that background, I have led implementations in Fortis. I converted all the 9 operation theaters in Escorts Heart Institute. We digitized them. I did 12 tele-ICUs. This is in 2009, much before COVID, right? We did all that. How many of them are live today? Among the 9 operation theaters, not a single one is using digital. We spent almost 1 crore rupees. It's all dusted. It's all, covered in a cloth. It's lying on the side. They are back to their paper version. Of the 12 tele-ICUs, how many are live? It was called Criti Next. It was a separate business into which Fortis had invested. Not a single tele-ICU is live. Why? Why? I'm a physician. I keep asking why. It's not because the product was bad. Product was from Germany. It's from GE. It was not because the training was bad. I lived for 3 years in Delhi. Each anesthetist I handheld and got them to do it. It failed because there was nobody to own these deployments. What I am realizing now is when we expect a doctor to do something, when we expect a nurse to do something, you are asking him to do something extra. There's already 1,000 things which are, already on my plate. I don't want to keep doing so many other things. The technology has to become so simple, like it should be like your WhatsApp, right? In your work, in the class, we keep playing on WhatsApp. It should be as simple as that. It should not take 3 days of training for me to learn how to use an EMR. That EMR is bad. It can't be like that. It has to be so simple like a Google or a WhatsApp, right? So just see the comparisons, and the technology exists and you guys are young. So like sir was telling, today is the world of apps. For everything, it's an app, right? Create an app, feed the data into the database, run analytics on the other side, right? So many different ways we can play. So move away from the expectation that somebody will sit on a desk and enter data into the computer. In the healthcare world, you go and see in the real healthcare world, you show me one clinician who is sitting on a desk and typing from morning 9 to 5. A single clinician, you show me. Our world is dynamic. We are on the run all the time, right? There's no time to sit and type. So it's up to youngsters like you to come up with technologies. I use a tool. It's a voice recognition software. It's brilliant. It's a startup from Bombay, 97% accuracy. It actually does voice navigation. So a doctor can just talk into it, start typing, tuck, 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 heading, diagnosis, go to next line, full stop, comma, next line, paragraph. It types everything beautifully. So these are emerging, more and more are emerging. Make that user experience easy so that the end user himself can do it.
You have been very inspirational. The most important thing he shared with you from his experience. Go on, anybody wants to tell me? Anybody there? Brother, dream on. No, not to say it's not right, but the most important thing he said a lot of nice things.
Systems not being used because of lack of informatics.
The workforce is missing.
Yeah. Right
That's
now
the
it is
most
missing.
important point.
Right now it is missing. I'm leading a
And that's
major
why
deployment.
That's what you are here to study?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You want to be the workforce? So let's take that there and we'll take a time. I want to catch General Parikh. He's become incognito, but that doesn't mean I don't respect him or I don't know him. He will tell you how, as he is the executive director of a hospital group and a hospital, how he looks at the needs of the workforce. We are still talking about needs of the workforce. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll just first speak for some time for the hospital. For those distinguished guests who has come from outside the Jaipur, I'm executive director of Bhagwan Mahavir Cancer Hospital and Research Center, a center which started with the same philosophy, sir, the Apollo started, because our then chief minister, who became the vice president of the country, Bairu Singh Ji Shekhawat, felt the necessity of having a cancer hospital in Jaipur because he himself had the cancer, and he knew he had the data for which boys and girls we are talking, that he knew that if a cancer is detected in the state of Rajasthan, the person with his attendant and relatives once go to Bombay or Delhi, take some treatment or maybe some diagnosis and exhausted all the money. So this hospital have come up with the theme of having the advanced technology which we have. I request any one of you to visit if you can. My medical superintendent is sitting here, so you will organize that. And affordable. Our cost is very affordable. We treat 25% people free because the government gave this land free of cost. Free means hospital services free, minus medicine, rest everything. including the surgery, PET-CT, and radiation oncology. We have all facilities. It's now 300 bedded, fully developed hospital. And we are in the process of now developing this, HIS program for the health informatics purpose. Because this necessity, when the hospital started growing, the equipment being procured, then the senior management wanted to know whether the equipment which has been procured is being used properly or not, whether the consultants who have been employed are, giving their full-time, full utility or not. So for which the information is required. And I'm glad to share with you that some of the students did internship in our hospital, and we interacted with them and they did a great job. We are in the process.
Wonderful to hear that.
We are in the process of inducting these people. We have already, about 7-8 people who are working for this. And this is the necessity, definitely necessity. The issue which is being deliberated and discussed amongst everybody is, the apathy of the clinicians to use it. But then as said, I don't agree. I don't agree that they are apathetic. But what has been brought out recently just by the previous speaker is that they need to fasten their work, not that burden on them. So therefore, we expect from this team to develop certain, fields and certain apps so that it is easy for them to work. If a clinician has to type and then give and deliver, he will better write 2 lines. So
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you appreciate the work they did in you getting an understanding of the performance of your team. The point I'd like to share with you with reference to the workload on the physicians and your defense of that. Unfortunately, what has happened in the transition from the paper record, which was entirely written by a doctor, going to a digital where it is still a document owned by the doctor, we have transitioned. But what you as an executive, I would like to ask you, sir, is how are you placing the ability of other people entering the data for the doctor and the doctor just doing the signature, reviewing it and signing it? That would be wonderful to see in your environment, since every element of data in cancer is critical to the growth of knowledge.
Yes, it's a very, very good question, and I will deliberate on this. Cancer is one disease, for which the record has no time. We have patients who are surviving. They are survivors for last 17 years. They do visit every time. So their record is made available. And, this has become such a huge file. So if the young health informatic student or the trainee or the employee or the executive produces in front of a clinician briefly in such a way that he can go through tip by tip and reaches the conclusion that yes, in last 17 years, what all he has gone through. It will be an ideal thing for him. That is what is expected from the clinician. And when it comes to the higher management, yes, they will like to have all the statistics information in front of them so as to plan expansion, so as to plan different services, so as to plan the new facility, which is like the Apollo has introduced. And we compliment you, sir, for having the proton therapy there in the Chennai, because that is the need of though it's very costly and corporates can only afford it. It cannot be afforded by a trust hospital like this, but we are in the process. We are also expanding our hospital from 300 to 500 beds, and we have already projected a plan of about 260 crore rupees. In phases, we are going to do it, and we'll implement and we will add on to most of the services. But everywhere, right from the clinician's treatment to the management decision, the information in a correct brief form is required, and that can be made by the informatics. That is my
And the part that where we want you to help us, sir, is establish a great governance. As faculty here, I would be happy to help you.
Yeah, sure.
And what I
sure.
want to tell you is, at the end of the day, you have to permit, because what you permit is what you promote.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I have no hesitation in saying so. AK sir knows it very well that this institution and I work very closely. Am I right, sir? So we have a lot of things into the common, and it has been the sincere efforts of veteran like me, General AK, and so many other generals who are here in the different hospitals, is to create a very, very friendly, environment, not a anemic environment between two hospitals. We are in the process of joining hand with each other. Again, the informatics comes into the playing into role of that. So thank you very much, sir. And nice meeting you after so many years. Though my hairs have grown gray, but I'm still the same young man. Okay.
Your hair has gone gray. That's true. We won't make an issue of it. Can somebody pass the mic to Dr. Tony Raj? Thank you. Tony, what I'd like you to tell me is two things. One is, where have your students landed? And the second part I'd like you to say is, in your role of administration and ability to control issues, how have you enabled the governance whereby physicians are responsible for the documentation, and what assistance you've made? I'd like to add one thing here. In 2012, when Obamacare became the whippings boy for all physicians to be forced to use computers in America, I was involved in a project which we enabled, was to allow people not clinically licensed to also enter, but for that they still had to be certified. By creating this ability to certify a professional to do it, and we look for certified professionals. And that's something with this collaborative we should be able to achieve.
Thank you, Dr. Moida. So I just want to answer your first question about students or mentees who we've mentored. The first case is a medical student who joined us immediately after his medicine and got into informatics, worked for 5 years. I put him on a project where we were working with a US multinational at that time to build EHRs. And that learning was totally experiential because we were building EHRs ground up. I mean, the content that went into EHRs. Today, this individual, after working with us, he got a Fogati Fellowship where he built a solution for our critical care. Then he went on to actually join a very large hospital chain in Long Island in New York, a group called Northwell. And of course, worked there for a few years and has now moved on to Canada working.
No, he's in Mayo.
He's in, all right.
Mayo Clinic.
Oh yeah, that was Wish, right? So
Yeah.
Wish was one of our students. So this Wish, the second person was Kedar.
Okay, you're talking about Kedar.
Yeah, I was talking about Kedar. So Wish.
You see, I know his students, but not because that they are great contributors.
Yeah. Wish was a student who did medicine in St. John's, went and did his master's of medical informatics from MIT, and joined a company called Eclipsis. He floated a company called Dimagi. The Dimagi today is one of the open source platforms that are available for primary care. Today, if you're using data capture in primary care, there's a tool called ComCare which can be used. And this, so this is an example of someone who's done medicine, who's done informatics, gone in to become a vice president of a US company and moved further, now in Mayo Clinic. The third person is a person who joined us after doing a course in Swansea, a master's in informatics, interned with us for 3 years. We put him on a job of building an EHR and primary care, looking out for what's the best EHR and implementing it for a disability project. We actually captured data from about 25,000 individuals in and around that. I mean, this is ground up again. Solve a problem. So this person today is now in Oxford. He's working in the NHS, and he's a nurse by training, but done masters in informatics, interned, and has moved forward. Fourth is another student trained in Swansea, but came and worked with us for 3 years. The task again was primary care, try and capture data on the same disability, project, but use a mobile phone and use open source software. It was no support available in terms of IT. Doctor said you need IT support. Sometimes you don't get that support. And this is where we push informaticians to learn IT ground up. She's now doing a PhD in Pittsburgh. She walked into Pittsburgh doing a PhD. So these are examples of how people who are passionate get immersed in a system.
The one word I was waiting for him to say. What was it? Passion. आप लोग इच्छुक नहीं होंगे तो कोई काम नहीं बनेगा. इच्छुक आपको होना है, उत्सुक आप ही को होना है. थोड़ी उत्सुकता आपके प्रोफेसर आपको दे सकते हैं, पर वो आपके हृदय में नहीं है. कहा मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे भेज दिया कॉलेज.
मैं उसमें एक बात ऐड करूंगा, क्योंकि मेरे को इस चीज में उत्सुक करने वाले तीनों यहीं बैठे हैं. सबसे पहले 2013 में डॉक्टर तंगा प्रभु ने मुझे इंस्पायर किया. मैं डॉक्टर नहीं हूँ, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था इन चीजों के बारे में. डॉक्टर तंगा प्रभु इंट्रोड्यूस्ड मी टू व्हाट इज अ कंटिन्यूम ऑफ केयर. How does an electronic medical record work in a conference like this? And then I studied more about it. I managed to get a job at St. John's. I only knew technology. I didn't know medicine. And all I learned about how to work with doctors was from a doctor who's better at technology than I am. I will give it to you very, very, very honestly. He's one of the doctors I've seen, one of the rare doctors who can beat any technologist hands down on the technology side itself, and is an accomplished, very, very competent doctor as well. And then thanks to both of them, I met Dr. Khalid Moidu, who taught me about how management, and I was a management consultant in my previous birth, but I have learned about how management consulting can be applied to healthcare, and how strategy can be used in healthcare, and how soft skills can be used in healthcare. From the interactions with Dr. Moidu, he always gives me a pat on the back sometimes and a kick on my ass sometimes, but I'm good with that. And be prepared for that. Be prepared to learn from such gurus. Inspiration is there everywhere to find, and you're fortunate to be in this company with all these people here. Thank you.
I didn't pay him to say this, please. I want to make that disclosure. Please, back to here.
Sir, I just wanted to say one word to these
youngsters.
This team is that, well, boys, Dr. Khalid and Dr. AK, when entered into the informatics, they had solid resistance. And I can make a statement, they were not wanted, but they existed, and you have a platform. You have to work hard and use it. The success will be on your toes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yes, Tony, can you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bharat. And the second question, the second question was, how do you manage in terms of governance, and how do you work with doctors? How do you make sure things work? I was heading IT for 5 years in St. John's. Challenges were pushbacks, lab, nursing, right? So you need to talk. A lot of soft skills is to work with people, convincing management to even give a budget for IT. IT budgets were so low in a private institution. Telling them you need to invest in infrastructure, Wi-Fi, networks was all a challenge. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's something which you will, as future informaticians, when you're pushing management, understand that governance is important. You need management buy-in. You need buy-in from end users. And for example, we were developing a system for the critical care department. Critical care department is a very busy department, and they usually will not sit and enter forms, right? But we managed to work with the entire team, nurses, doctors, as well as the support teams, to really, help
enter that data, and very high value data, because this is data coming out from bedsides of patients and almost real time. At the moment, we are also working with emergency medicine, and we've created a registry for them, a trauma registry. We have created a trauma registry for the emergency medicine department, and we are using a research data capture system. It's working wonderfully. Again, it's about passion. It's about y'all pushing the end users to be passionate. And once you light that fire, it'll go on. Right. So that's something which we'll be happy to receive some of y'all in Bangalore to continue to immerse you in problems. There are plenty of problems, as Dr. Tanga said. There's plenty of need for trained resources like y'all, and we're happy to.
All that, I want to remind you that after this cup of tea, which we will have in a short while, I look forward to you presenting us that badge plan for information retrieval. Okay.
Thank you.
I want you all to hear that very carefully. Right now, General Ashok Singh has come to rescue me. So I'm going to step down, but I'm not giving up. This is not a coup d'etat.
Thank you.
Retired, not tired.
आप लोगों को धन्यवाद. Okay. While my students are preparing to give you a short idea of what they've been doing, I think we are feeling a little sleepy. So, Abhimanyu, come here. Chalo, let's do raindrop. Okay.
All right. Are you ready to wake up? Am I too loud? Is this better? आवाज आ रही है? अब ठीक है? ठीक है? Okay. So, नींद भगाने को तैयार हैं? जो लोग मेरे को पहले से जानते हैं, by the way, somebody called me icebreaker today. So I said, fantastic. If I'm the icebreaker, good for me. ठीक है? Okay. तो क्या करेंगे हम? अभी रेन का सीजन नहीं है, मगर रेन ड्रॉप्स. Okay. We are going to go ahead and हम यहाँ पे बारिश क्रिएट करेंगे. Ready? Yes? देखो, अगर बोलोगे नहीं तो फिर चाय नहीं मिलेगी. तो इंसेंटिव. ओके, रेडी? यहां से थोड़ा बहुत सुनने को मिला, यहां से नहीं सुनने को मिला. रेडी? आई वांट एवरीबॉडीज पार्टिसिपेशन, प्लीज. थैंक यू सो मच. ओके, ऑलराइट. सो व्हाट्स गोना हैपन इज, हम पहले शुरू करेंगे किससे? चुटकियों से. किससे? बोथ हैंड्स. मेरा तो एक हाथ एंगेज्ड है, सो बोथ हैंड्स. ओके ओके, दिस इज पिटर पैटर रेन ड्रॉप. ठीक है, ये छोटी छोटी बारिश. ओके, नाउ वी आर गोना गो अहेड एंड गेट इनटू. मैं अपना, कैन आई हैव सम अदर माइक? आई डोंट हैव एनी अदर माइक, बट एनीवे. अच्छा, मैं वहां चला जाता हूं.
Pick the one next to you.
Yeah, I'll go there. I'll go there. Okay. All right. Hello. 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 Okay. So again, everybody. Okay. Next. Okay. Now we're going to get the drizzle on. Okay. Kaise? One finger. Two fingers. Three fingers. Four fingers. So that's the drizzle. Okay. अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ. I'm just telling you about क्या क्या करना है. All right. Okay. Now thunder. Thunder कैसे आएगा? Okay. So thunder is this. Okay. All right. And then what are you going to do for rolling thunder? That's going to be, you're going to stomp your feet. Okay. Ready? Steady. Let's go. Okay. All right. And what's going to happen? What's going to happen is, I am going to be the conductor. आपको बता दिया सारा sequence, बता दिया. दोबारा repeat कर रहा हूँ. Sequence first is what? ठीक है. Second is what? One finger. Two fingers. Three fingers. Four fingers. Okay. उसके बाद क्या था? Thunder. And then stomping your feet. Okay. अब क्या होगा? अब every time I take my hands up, okay, the volume should go up. ठीक है? आपकी speed increase हो जाएगी. Every time I bring it down, your volume comes down. Ready? 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 Okay, let's start. Okay. Okay, one finger. Two fingers. Three fingers. Four fingers. Okay, clapping of the thunder. Come on. And now stomping of the feet. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much.
चलो आओ. Where are you? कृष्णा कहाँ है तुम? आजा दिखा यार. We have not wasted time on you यार. We have learnt. Come. किधर है? दिखाओ भाई साहब. चलो come here. Krishna is first year MSc and बोलो क्या बोलो? अबे निकाल यार बोल.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Krishna Kumar Sharma, student of MSc Health Information Administration first year. I am graduated in BSc Hospital and Health Information Administration, and now I am pursuing MSc also in MSc Hospital and Health Information Administration. We are prepared dashboard of IPD files 2016. Firstly, we are collected the data from IPD files in manually, and after that we are analyze the data in Excel. After that we are visualize the data in dashboard through dashboard.
Good. So they took out about 200 neurology cases and put in this database into an Excel. And after Excel, they have created this, and courtesy Dimpy madam who's taught them all this. And it is only through advanced Excel that we have got this database. Now there are a lot of fields which can be taken care of, which we'll be able to see in the set. You want an age thing, or you want area wise, or you want symptom wise, or you want ICD wise, all this data can be manipulated and shown on the dashboard. So that is what they have done, and they put in a lot of data. That is what Jyoti I wanted to tell you. They are doing a wonderful job. Now we are trying to acquire a little bit of what professional software, either Microsoft, I believe, is supposed to be openware, or it is free for this thing. So they are learning into this. They are going into this. So that's what we are looking at. So if tea is ready, I think we can leave for tea and then come back, and Dr. Moidu can take care of it. Okay. Thank you very much.
And since they are telling me now,
कॉफी पीने वाले ज्यादा हैं भैया हमारे को कनेक्ट कर दो कनेक्ट हो गए तो thank you everybody for adapting to the change in the program agreeing to this little changes has been great we appreciate you all giving up your chai especially you ma'am for your garam dal batata vada whatever it's called सर अपना इंडिया है सब एक का नाम दूसरी जगह बोलना जरूरी है okay what we have for us is the opportunity to realize we are coming to the point where we have to look at clear cut opportunities for work and clear cut opportunities for research and our first presenter now is Dr. Ms. Vasumati Sri Ganesh. She should have done the Sri Ganesh on day one, but even today it's good because I want you all to think about the jobs we need, think about the skills we need. We talked about skills. I gave you a website, hit.com. Now, point is, fathom what you want, but collaborate so that you are not the one who's so outstanding that you're out there standing. Do you know what I mean by out there standing? Nobody's following you. What I'd like you all to do is work together and take the team together. So with that said, one of the things where we all began informatics, and the most famous informatics tool is not AI, it's more than AI, it's knowledge. And knowledge retrieval is key to improve patient care. When I first started, after my PhD, my job at Yale Hospital in Connecticut, it was taking the students by the bedside one day and asking them, let's do a differential diagnosis. And for the differential diagnosis, let's do the retrieval. I did my clinical rounds working with the librarian so that when we came across a hard case, we would do, our librarian would do a quick search by the bedside in intensive unit, and then give it to the students. So they all did it. So tomorrow, the next day when we discussed our patient load, that was a conversation. And I want to tell you, every time we had that conversation, despite the fact I was 25 plus years a doctor, I had so much to learn. And that's the part why I keep telling you all, we must be ready to unlearn to relearn. Because medical knowledge is always growing. Sometimes you get faked because it comes from a very famous doctor. And sometimes you're not faked because you get the data. And the data tells you, don't believe the story. And all that kind of work is something that Vasumati ji has given to her lifelong contribution. And with that, and yes, the most important thing you have to have is, without passion, kahin nahi jaoge beta. I could have been a CEO of a company. I was for a period, but that doesn't mean I would have stayed there. So that was not my passion. My passion is teaching. I'm retired. But I love the fact that I can share my experience and get you all. To me, the biggest thing would be, greatest thing would be when Mahi, St. John's, MGU, MST, MUHS all collaborate and exchange experiences, exchange thoughts, and build common curricula. That will be the day when others will look at it, the possibilities, and join you. तब होगी भारत में ABDM की प्रगति. Till then, over to ma'am, and she's going to share with you how to build opportunity of training around this. Please.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for this event, everything, just like everybody else had said it. So I must say that when Dr. Moidu asked me to prepare this talk, there were so many things I didn't know, but I still put together something. There'll be some stuff that I just gloss over, some that I'll talk a little bit more about. So first, a little bit of interesting stuff about me, which some of you know, majority don't know. I wanted to do medicine, but I ended up doing a BSc Home Science, got married immediately after. I got engaged in the middle of my final exams, got married soon after. And I was a homemaker for 12 years. This because I had lost my father, I had lost my grandfather. Family circumstances were like that. Then after 12 years of having been at home, I did a bachelor's in library and information sciences with the only idea of joining the school where my boys were studying so that I would have a job where I could go with them, come with them, have the same holidays. But somehow that job didn't materialize and I ended up working in 3 different libraries. The second and third were medical libraries. Interestingly, the third was a patient education library, something we talked about yesterday. I've had the opportunity to work there as well. After that, I did my master's, which was another 1 year. Each time I cursed myself saying, what made me decide to study again? Am I a fool? But somehow managed through all that. And then I specialized in this information retrieval, which is one aspect of librarianship, tiny, tiny area. So on the first day, we said about informatics doing X number of things with or without IT. Librarians are trained in information retrieval. We were first trained without any IT, and then we applied those with IT skills. So that's exactly what I ended up doing. And today I'm teaching these skills across the country. I've even done one workshop in Myanmar, another developing country. Okay, now health information, we all know there's so much of content which could be just data, could be information, the area I deal with, which gets converted to knowledge, which is again an area I deal with. Then the producers are all these, those who produce data, those who produce books, journal articles, whole lot of resources. Then there is the content users. So in this context, it's the health professionals, anybody in the health profession, and the content beneficiaries, which are the health consumers. Technology is what tries to do its best for both coming together. So with that angle is where I'm talking. The problem, which all of us know, quick mention, technology, rapid growth, content, there's a huge overload. And as far as the users go, whether it's health providers or consumers, there's a drowning in the overload. Quality of content can often be questionable. Language barriers, which we talked about yesterday, and using technology at the rate of evolution. You've learned something today, tomorrow it's obsolete, we'll have to retrain ourselves. So all these are issues that have to be dealt with. And I wanted to talk about, in the previous slide, I had talked about this poor quality data apart from overload. I just wanted to share a very hilarious example. I was helping one medical college library to automate their library catalog with a library software that they had bought. They hired data entry operators. The data entry operators had to see the physical accession register, which every library has. That accession register has every book's detail written by hand. So one of the publications was a WHO publication. It's not coming up here. The WHO publication, so in the publisher area field.
Bring your mouse.
Oh, okay.
Your left screen.
Right. So the publisher data, WHO, publisher of the book, was written in so many different formats. Okay. All of you being in the IT, you can recognize the difference between each. The last in black, World Health Organization with ORGN in lower script, the data entry operator entered it in the last format. this is the kind of, if they are just not trained in the domain, these are the kinds of things. Now forget the last thing, but even the rest of it, one doctor wants all publications of WHO. How on earth is he going to get all together, he or she, because of so many variations? And then, as was discussed earlier, the blame is on the software for not doing the job right. Okay? Today, of course, you can import the data, all those things. This was pretty long back. Now, bridging the gaps, technology, content, and the content users is where our informatics area is coming in. So the health information workers, I just thought of different possibilities. First, we need responsible data creators, those who have the standardization in mind or where to get the standard format, etc. And as they evolve, they become data handlers, data managers. I think each of these requires separate brainstorming to see what all levels, competencies, etc. Data organizers and providers, librarians fell into that category. There could be many similar professionals, existing, making better, create new ones, all that. What Dr. Moidu just talked about, a librarian accompanying the physician on rounds. In the US, I've talked to them, they are called informationists because they don't do library work anymore. They do only this. They are integral part of 4-5 healthcare teams. They go on rounds with them, get out the best evidence, give it. Because every day there's so many different resources, they keep track of those, they keep track of the search methods, give it all to them. And you need trainers for all these areas. So this is, to me, right from starting onwards. So again, just brainstorming in my head, at the entry level of data entry, I was thinking after 12th, maybe after graduation, we need people to be trained in specialized data entry, data importing, etc., and going on to managing data and workflows. Intermediate level, for creating material, there could be people with good writing skills or good animation skills who prepare the kind of thing we were talking of to educate patients. So all that kind of thing. And then librarians, medical record managers kind of people who do the information retrieval, sharing, etc. Even at the intermediate level, people can do enough to train basic level students to get at least the most relevant, usable information. There are handful of skills needed for that. Train them, give them sufficient examples, can be done. The highest workforce is, I would think, in the level of informationists that I talked about, where in the foreign countries, there are librarians who have gone through all the retrieval high-level training plus epidemiology, and they work with the healthcare team, plus they work with bodies for creating guidelines and for the institutions to bring out bibliometric analysis, things like that. Those are all higher level jobs, but they need the support of so many at root level. And again, it comes back to trainers at every level. So there's the academic training and on the job and regular upgrade training that's required. Who could be the workforce? Those who, like me, I never thought I would enter medicine through the back door, as an aunt of mine said it. Today, I feel so glad that my workshops, I've had even deans and vice chancellors attending it sometimes. So that was a thing. I didn't become a doctor, but ended up teaching some specialized skill. That was, it feels
I'm going
supremely grateful. That I feel really grateful.
The quiz for tonight.
So at the starting from
And
12th
I would
science
like you
and
to
need to earn immediately,
print it
there
and
could
bring
be
it
the
down
special
here.
skills, and they later learn additional skills to come up higher. People like those who try for medical admissions, not knowing what other career options. I was glad to hear that some were getting in, but chose informatics. That's the kind of options they need to know. People like me wanted to do medicine, but the career options were not there. And the existing workforce can be get people who understand this and want to learn something else. Maybe a lab technician, maybe a medical records clerk. You never know what all they could learn further. They don't know that such options exist. What do I see as the outcomes? New streams of employment by skill development. better and appropriate use of technology, because technology being there but misused just adds to further problems. Higher quality data creation contributes to better artificial intelligence, hopefully reduce doctor-patient ratio burden in some way, and healthcare reaching the interiors, rural areas more, and overall higher Indian research output. Today, so often we are still relying only on Western evidence. I have seen in the last few years, lots more, many better Indian publications evolving. It's not only my judgment, it's based on what I hear from others, but definitely we have so much of Indian data. Many tell me we don't know how to put it into a publication. So these are all areas where a lot of help is required, learned. And with that, I'm done, open for questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh,
Any quick questions?
So you just saw how a job can be created at the lowest level for a very important function. चलिए श्रीमान आप भी आइए आगे. Abhi, before you join us on the table, I would like to ask anybody here with a good answer, please.
Any questions?
Sawal jawab. Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Information science.
What I'd like you to do is
Yes. So that is what is very important.
Perfect it.
Yes.
And collaborate.
Yeah.
Because
So
let's
as she mentioned, the higher level, those who are trained in epidemiology and becoming informaticians and bibliometrists, these are something which is very much required in the
very
health research.
fundamental and very
Important. Absolutely.
And that's why I wanted you all to look at the ability to make a 12th grade person with a little training of 6 months into a functional information retriever. Don't call it knowledge expert because that's scary.
That's right.
And when I was coming, she was talking AI, so I couldn't help but smile. And my favorite word for artificial intelligence is, we are naturally stupid.
Yes.
I like the idea of technology assisting, but technology is not replacing us. Because there's a lot of things to happen before that will happen. And for you, Madhavi, I want to tell you that the issue of hermeneutics from Gadamer will explain to you why the machine will never take over. Every technologist dreams of it, and that dream can carry on dreaming. And there's a good friend of Dr. Tanga. When he writes anything on that WhatsApp group we are together, I just say wonderful. Because he is not on this earth, he's in Khayali Pulau. Money, Vinod Khosla made money by doing some right thing. This man hasn't. So let's remember that. Don't compare two apples to oranges. He had that opinion. He helped Shiban Dada's son become a millionaire. But after that, kahani khatam. he was, why you're running away? Okay, since no questions to to Ms. Vasumati, I can't give you a doctorate, ma'am. I'm sorry. I know. I have to make that contrived effort because I'm so used to saying doctor in all my conversations. It happens. So now we are going to another piece of demonstration. And it is against my wisest thinking and experience to call it artificial intelligence, because there's nothing artificial about it. When you look at an image, it is a physical thing, right? In seeing something physical, every time you see me, you'll say, this is Moidu. You won't call me Padmavati. I hope there's no Padmavati here to be offended. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that artificial intelligence works best in two areas. Imaging, because you can make the computer read the image and identify areas of interest. So radiology and pathology, which are both visual sciences, it works. And my friend, the artificial intelligence man, is going to tell us something about it. He's faculty here and he has a passion for it. So you guys have an opportunity to learn from him. And he will tell us that text is also easy to parse with technology. I disagree on that because the word dizziness has 26 reasons which are functional physiological change that makes one dizzy. Now, which dizziness is the text, you can never know. So be careful when you agree to take a text and say, I'm going to translate it or make the machine translate it.
The machines are getting the intent out.
Chhod yaar. Chhod
Well,
pare.
sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Now, I am an ophthalmologist. I've been always involved with cataracts and laser surgeries, getting rid of glasses, all those things. But then 35 years of all that suddenly brought me to this particular area where I started enjoying, and it somehow has become my passion. So just wanted to share two models that I had made. One is in the making only. One is about the images, how you can classify images using deep learning algorithm. And the other one is, of course, text extraction. And I'll just make you go through that. It's more to inspire the younger crowd sitting here who would really like to come into these areas. Informatics, there are so many areas there. One of them is this, where if the image is going to be diagnosed by a computer, you can use it for, say, at the point of diagnosis, or at a remote area, you can get the diagnosis without the presence of a doctor. The second thing is, like, if the doctor is overloaded with work, it can help him also. So it can assist, and it can be used at remote areas to triage the patients, which one to send and which one to not. So something is better than nothing, something like that, at least it can start. But the way the technology is improving, I'm sure this is going to really overtake and go in a very, very long way and will create problems for a lot of people. Well, so when I started my journey, I was, of course, very clear with my healthcare and terminology and all that. I had to, I mean, computer skills were also there, but I had to go through mathematics. I mean, the statistics, linear algebra and calculus, which are very, very important for deep learning. And of course, I had to go through programming. I learned Python, went on to pandas in order to make data frames and use them, NumPy, the numerical Python, to work with the data frames and all, visualizing data using Matplotlib, Seaborn. Well, you use Excel, fine, that's a little shortcut. Here you go into the real programming to get all kinds of visualizations, that is with Matplotlib and Seaborn. Then the machine learning part comes in, the scikit-learn. That is one library of Python which you can use for that. Then coming on to deep learning, it was PyTorch and TensorFlow, but I've been more onto PyTorch only. I think you are coming on to Tableau. Tableau is, again, something which is easy to use because you just start to put in the data and it gives you what you want, what visualization you want. But if you want to really custom something, then you have to go back to Seaborn or Matplotlib. And then even in deep learning, if you don't want to customize it, easy things are AutoML, data robot. So these are things where you can just feed in the data. Even image data can be fed in. When it's data robot, in fact, takes all your data and makes about 10-15 models of it. And then it'll evaluate each model and tell you which is the best, and that is the model you can deploy. Now, once you've made the model, you've got to deploy it. Now, there are methods of using various softwares. That is like, I used Android Studio in order to deploy the deploy the model on a mobile so that it can be used as an app. then you can deploy it on the web as a web page, on the web page also using Streamlit, Ngrok, Amazon Web Services, and so on. So I'd like to take you just through this model which I had made. And so this is I had taken 80,000 images of a retinal OCT scan. Retina is the posterior part or the back part of the eye, which is affected in diabetes or age-related macular degenerations and all, and leads to blinding complications. So one method is to see a fundus image, like which is very common. The second is to take a laser scan of the retina. So you get all the layers of the retina clear in that. Now, so this data set had 4 classes. That means it was classified into 4 types. There were 80,000 images in total, 20,000 images on normal OCT scans, about 20,000 images on a macular edema. There's waterlogging in the retina. There were 20,000 images of drusen, that is the early, which may go to a macular degeneration. It's good to watch a person with that. And full-fledged or full-blown macular degeneration. That's called the choroidal neovascular membrane, where the blood vessels start growing into the retina, and you've got to really treat that. So if you have such a model in a remote area, and if you can get somebody who's got one of these things, you can immediately tell him or her to come to the hospital, and the treatment can be started. Otherwise, that patient might not even reach the hospital. So now this is the model which has already been built with this. I had a training, the test accuracy was almost 98%. Now that was the image of the choroidal neovascular membrane. I'll show it to you again. So now what is happening is that the model is being fed into the actual system, that is the computer, and it has given the diagnosis. The image was fed in, so the diagnosis is choroidal neovascular membrane. Now, how did the model give this diagnosis? Is it a black box? That is another very important question that has started coming. So people want to explain. Now, when a resident or a doctor sees this image, he sees something and then says, okay, this is this. Now, what did the model see? Now, that has also been done by the software. Now, that image is being loaded. Now, you can see that the pixels or the areas of the image which the model saw and gave the diagnosis are getting highlighted now. Now, in this image, you can see all those red areas. These are the areas of choroidal neovascular membrane. Now, these are the ones which have to be treated. I'm just showing the image again, just to show you that these are the areas which the model saw in order to give its diagnosis. So this is one example of how one could use these things and come to a diagnosis at the point of care itself, or even assist the doctors. Now, the models are changing. There are so many newer ones coming. Not only these deep learning models, there are recent ones called transformers, which have come. They're excellent. They even have relations between the data. Now, as sir was mentioning about dizziness, now dizziness in the context, if the sentence is there, transformers can look in front and behind the word, get the context out, and still give you the intent of what is there. So that is what is coming. Okay, it's probably not still there. Maybe once I do it, I'll show him. I'll work on dizziness itself, So then, now regarding text extraction, actually what happened was when Dr. General A.K. Singh had got those 60,000 the record files which were going to be destroyed. I saw them. I said, yes, definitely you have struck a gold mine. Now let's extract the handwriting and other things out. And it was a disaster getting the handwriting out. So I'm still working on how to get the handwriting recognition done. There are lots of methods. I think should be able to come with it. And of course, you won't get the exact thing out, but then there is a method by which you get close to the word. And then you use a dictionary running to compare in order to refine it further, so that you could come to the right thing. Now, the text was much easier because one thing what Professor Moidu had told me was try medication reconciliation. That means you have a prescription of a patient initially has been given the drug. Now you have a prescription in the hospital, what drugs have to be given, reconcile them so that you could not miss out any particular medication, or you're not giving a double dose of any medication, or the same medication going on with two different names. So all these errors are there, and medication errors are the most important areas which one has to work on. A lot of work has not been done on it because all that has been hidden under the carpet. Because whenever there is a death that occurs, if there is a reporting of the death, it is either say diabetic coma or cardiac arrest and all that. Nobody goes into what actually happened. Maybe it was just that a wrong medicine was given to the patient when he was discharged, or extra medicine was given, or something was missed, and the guy comes back after 3 days, lands up in trouble, and it was just because of medication error, but the whole medication error was totally forgotten. So nobody comes to know about that. And this is what people have found out in the US as to the number of medication errors which are taking place. So as a step towards that, now, how do you come to know what medication the patient is taking? I mean, you can ask a history, you can ask the relatives, he'll give you the prescription, or you can ask him to bring the drugs. So in that area, I thought, let me try, like if I have the medicine with me or the packet of the medicine with me, can I extract that text out? So
that I'll give you.
So that is exactly where I'm working on. But this is just the first step. Maybe next time when I present in front of you all, I'll show you something more. So, but there is a software or a Python software or library called Tesseract. Now, Tesseract is also PyTesseract because it is when you use Python, you're using it as PyTesseract. So this has been installed, and all this work has been done on Google Colab. So then you get the image and all. So what I did was I took this particular image. I thought, let me get all the text out. Let's see how it works. So when I gave it to Tesseract, now you can see what are the things here. And when I give it to Tesseract, this is what I got. Okay, Pantocid, pantoprazole, all those things came, but not very, very good. I mean, lots of mistakes were there. So then when I went, and it's all self-learning and the passion, which was driving me into all this. So I read all about what image processing do you do, or the pre-processing before you give it to the model. So then there was something, first you convert the image into a grayscale image. So color image is converted to a grayscale image. And then after that, you're going to convert it into a binary image. I mean, a grayscale image is black and white, but binary image is total black and total white. The numbers are just 0 and 255. 255 is white and 0 is black. So that's how images are read from 0 to 255. Now, this is a binary image which has come. You adjust where you want till what you want as 0 and till what you want as 255, sorry. And then now after that, you denoise the image. You get out all these small dots and other things, and then use something to dilate and erode some of those alphabets. So this is the final pre-processed image, which is now being given to the model. And now you can see it's read it much better. The tablet, of course, the tablet spelling is wrong, should be swallowed and not to be chewed or crushed. Pantocid, 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 and then you go on. Every other detail is there. Now, what happens is when you use NLTK, or it's a natural language processing software, you can get the, you can tokenize, you can take individual words, and then that is the tokenization part, and then select out the words. And then you can come to know exactly what are the things required. And using the softwares again, you come to know, okay, the medicine, pantoprazole can be recognized. Or you can say, okay, is it there or not there? Immediately the computer will tell you it is there. So these are the things by which we could get this information out. So one part would be to get this information from here. The second is somehow if we can read out prescriptions, if they have been handwritten, and then try to reconcile them. And then there should be a method by which you can have the spellings, at least at your institution where you're working, they should be the same. It should not be different. So that means just like when you're typing on WhatsApp or anything, you have recommender systems as to which is the word that you're going to type. So if that is taken care of, I think even the spelling mistakes would not be there. So somewhere here that this is the method that would start, and then we could reconcile the whole stuff and then have better outcomes and no errors would take place. The other part was the same data which has been collected. I feel I would even go into make a data set of all handwritten images. From 60,000 files, we could get so much of medical data that has been written by different doctors in different handwritings. Now, if we could take those images, classify them, and then have a good data set and train models on that, then again, it would be very easy to get handwriting recognition of. So probably the doctors would be relieved, at least their old prescriptions and even the present ones could be read very easily. So I don't know, I'm just working on it. So this is something that will just be going on. And I feel somewhere we should be able to come to some conclusion. Thank you. Thank you.
बात सुन, काम में फंस गया था।
सर मजा आ रहा है।
मजा आ रहा है, and I enjoy it. And actually, what you brought it into that very circumscribed. The important thing is do research, do projects, but set your parameters into a circumscribed frame. ये नहीं कि आज बाबा का हैंडराइटिंग देख रहे हैं तो कल जनरल साहब का देख रहे हैं, जनरल साहब को लिखना आता नहीं, तो पढ़े लिखे नहीं है ना, क्या करें, अशिक्षित हैं, पर शिक्षित अज्ञात होना बुरा है, ये याद रखना आप लोग, शिक्षित अज्ञात. Anyway, what you saw was an interesting experience. As students look at it, as people, when I ask you to think about it, please enjoy the dinner today. And at the dinner, you are going to get a chance to win a prize to a holiday in Goa. And oh my God, that's coming from General Ashok Singh. But the important thing is, as we are looking forward, think about how jobs can be framed in healthcare. Vasumati ji gave us a very good, crisp thinking. And I would like your slides, ma'am, so that we can put it in the book. Actually, we'll have an early abstract, which will come before I leave this country, not leave this town. What would be nice is sometime in the next 3-4 months, I'd seek your help. Review articles, put in your points. If they're not accepted, don't say Moidu is a dictator. It is just that having taught clinical, non-clinical, technical, non-technical people to be in informatics for over 25, 30 years, I have recognized that we all don't think alike. And that's why I'm very, very worried when we start giving somebody a degree and they go and say, I'm going to change the world. Yeah, lovely, but think. And remember, your professor is not teaching you to succeed. He's teaching you to not fail. That's something people have to understand. You know, all the dropouts in the world have done very well. Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and the greatest of all of them is Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs went to college and attended only one class, calligraphy. Calligraphy is the art of writing. And Apple has the best fonts. Imagine what would have happened if he'd taken the full education. He was naturally brilliant with computers. No, I didn't tell them to drop. I want to tell you, if you were brilliant, you wouldn't have come here. And by the way, as he wanted me to give you history, the biggest disaster in this last decade has been a dropout. He started a company called Theranos. Anybody doesn't know? Go do Google. I actually taught my students a course in understanding where she went wrong. She had a charming way of soft skill communication. And she went not for young people, but she went for the old who want to feel good, being admired. And she made a fool of the world. And poor Edison, he must be turning in his grave because she developed a system called Edison, and that's no Edison about it. And that's the answer to Dr. Bharat. And he's not doctor. But I love pulling his leg. And I want you all to see that when we build this pathway for education, we must think a lot. You all got some courses from a very old time, and these courses, review them, think if we should have similar things as for badges or for degrees. And what I'd like you to do is think, because I will put before you a list of courses, and we should look at it tomorrow to say basic, advanced, or this can be taught in basic and advanced, and help. Put some words. We're not doing anything, but we will record it, and that recording will become an evidence for us, and we will follow up on it. So lots of things are there. General Ashok Singh is waving his hand, but I don't want to look at him. But I can see him from the corner of my eye. My peripheral vision is still good because I knew how he ran around the basketball court.
But thank you, Dr. Moidu. It's been a wonderful session, and especially the interaction we've had with the government. We were stalwart sitting there. The DG of SCPC. Wow, he really went into the depth, and it's been pretty interesting. Now, I have a small announcement to make. The entire exercise of getting you people together was to have collaboration. Adopt my children. मेरे बच्चों को adopt करो, mentor them, take care of them. And first one to come out is my namesake Ashok from there. M Logica has accepted 2 MSc final students for their internship for 3 months, paid internship. They'll take care of their expenses so that they do not have to go out of the pocket. They'll do their dissertation there with Tony, Dr. Tony. And once they come back, both Dr. Tony and M Logica will sign that they have worked hard. If they don't work hard, they should jump into the lake there, wherever it is. Swim. Okay. Once they come back, they have an exam in August. And after that, 6 months of paid internship. Okay. And paid internship there. So it's a stepping stone. Dr. Thanga here is also जनरल साहब की बीवी पीछे पड़ गई।
भाई ठाकुरान की बात सुन लो। इसको
बंद कर और घर आ जा। ओए बस कर यार।
मंजू को जवाब दे दे यार। ओए आप लोग नहीं कहोगे, मैं तो कह दूंगा उसको।
मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ। So thank you, Ashok. Thank you, Mrs. Raji. And she is willing to take on online classes for my students all the way from the US of A. May I have some claps for them? Clap for Dr. Thanga, Tony, and rest of you. Please volunteer to take one of my kids.
Now, I want to extend his thing to a little more. I think we should all talk about all the kids, all of you are mentoring.
And we'll have an exchange policy.
Yeah.
It will be good. They like to see Nargad and everything. I can show them Nargad. I can show them the Wawa map. So it will be lovely. Okay, sir.
And
thank you very much.
And do include a development of a place where you really share information and enable the students to listen. They will stop feeling shy because nobody knows everything. We are all learners. That's why I purposely played the game with Dr. Puri, because yes, he's done a great amount of good work. As work goes, I encourage him. But as belief goes, I keep shaking the tree because I want him to be stronger. So keep going, sir, keep going. The day you give me the 26, I will say, okay, I got something done.
So in the end,
मजा है.
सर ने बोला कोच, मैंने बोला जय हिंद. अबे जोर से बोलो. जय माता दी. Thank you.
जय हिंद. भैया बात सुनो. कल का जो है वो अनाउंस कर दो. उनको मेरे पास ये है. ये आपका है मेरे पास.
वो कल क्या अनाउंस करना है सर?
ग्राउंड प्लाजा